and welcome to you all. This is a special edition True North broadcast for the Conservative Party of Canada's Leadership Results Show. We know that the Conservative Party of Canada is just in about an hour and 3/4 going to be unveiling the winner of the Conservative leadership race that's been going on for the last couple of months. It's now down to 5 candidates, which we'll talk about at great length in the course of the show. We have Roman Baber, Jean Scheer, Leslyn Lewis, Pierre Poilievre, and Scott Aitchison. There was a sixth, of course, Patrick Brown, but he was disqualified early on, and we will get to all of that over the course of the evening. I am very pleased to have a great panel here with me in the studio, and also a couple of my colleagues in Ottawa. But before we get to that, I just want to say that on behalf of the entire True North team, our thoughts and prayers go to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II's family. We also say, God save the King. It's odd to be having such a celebratory affair as the Conservative Leadership Night in such a difficult week for the country, for the Commonwealth, and I would actually say the world. But the Conservative Party of Canada decided it would be proceeding as scheduled with tonight's event with a bit more of a solemn tone. So we are going to try to emulate that here. We're not going to be depressed, though. It is a moment of transition for the world. We celebrate the King. May he live long and may God protect him and all of the Commonwealth realms. And there is going to be a tribute later on in Ottawa, which we'll be carrying live. So we'll tell you in a moment the structure for the evening. But first, I want to introduce the fantastic guests I have with me in the studio. Sue-Ann Levy, my colleague at True North, veteran journalist. Sue-Ann, good to talk to you. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Andrew.
And sitting to Sue-Ann's right is Harrison Faulkner, my Fake News Friday co-host and also host of Ratioed on True North. Harrison, good to have you here as well.
Pleasure to be here, Andrew.
We'll get to our team in Ottawa in just a moment, but I want to ask both of you as we look at what's been, I think, a fairly uneventful leadership race in some respect. We obviously have Pierre Poilievre, who emerged as a pretty clear front runner early on. What is it that you will be looking for tonight? I'll start with you, Harrison.
Well, would it be too cliche, Andrew, to say that I'm looking forward to seeing some of these meltdowns, some of these reactions? We've already seen a few journalists get there, and I think there's going to be quite a reaction to a Poilievre win. There's obviously going to be far more many upset journalists if Pierre Poilievre wins tonight, and I got to say, I'm looking forward to seeing some of these reactions or some of these meltdowns.
So you're not even watching the politicians today. You're watching the media.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna be scrolling Twitter, making sure that if anything crazy comes through, if any bad takes come through, we're gonna be bringing them live.
All right, Sue-Ann, I know you worked with some of these people that he's going to be watching tonight, as have I. But what are you going to be looking out for this evening?
Well, actually, Harrison, I've seen a fair degree of meltdowns in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of people warning that the world is going to come to an end. If Pierre Poilievre actually does win the leadership, it is unbelievable how these people work, and it's just like in the States with Trump. It's no different. But the other thing I'll be looking at is whether how Jean Scheer will handle if he doesn't win, because there has been a full court press from his campaign team. Being as I'm a member of the Conservative Party, I've received many emails from his team. And I think he has a voice surrounding him, and I can't understand, in my view, how a former Liberal can be running for the leader, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, definitely good things to watch out for. I would say on my end, I'm always curious about who doesn't win and how exactly well they did, because we know in the past, like 2017 and 2020, it really was second, third ballots that delivered the victory, especially the Social Conservatives in 2017 with Brad Trost and Pierre Lemieux that gave Andrew Scheer the win. And even last time, the same thing from Leslyn Lewis and Derek Sloan, which gave Aaron O'Toole the win. So I don't see the dynamics as being like that this time around, but I do think it's going to be interesting to see, how well Roman Baber does. You and I were talking about that earlier, Harrison. He's a guy who was a one-term Ontario MPP, not well known outside the country, but has really, I think, impressed people in the debates. Leslyn Lewis, her second kick at the can, and as you mentioned, Sue-Ann, Jean Scheer, who a lot of people know as a Liberal, and now is running here. So we'll have lots to talk about here. I also want to tell you that my colleague Candice Malcolm is going to be returning from maternity leave. She He's that dedicated to be with us in just about 23 minutes time here. But first, I promised you that we have a crew on the ground in Ottawa. We have two of our fantastic True North colleagues, Jasmine Moulton and Elie Cantin-Nantel, who are doing the hard work, talking to people on the ground there. And I want to get a little bit of a primer on what we have planned for this evening from Elie. Take it away.
Hi, I'm here at the Shaw Centre in Ottawa. Behind me is the stage where in a couple hours we will find out, hopefully, who is the Conservative Party leader. I'm Elie Cantin-Nantel. I'm here with my colleague Jasmine, and we hope to bring you live on-the-ground footage throughout the night of this exciting and historic event here in Canada's capital.
Thanks for that, Elie. We will look forward to your updates as well as Jasmine's throughout the course of the evening. I want to just give you a little bit of a sense of what it is that we can expect here, first and foremost. So the result is already determined. I think that's important to note here. There's no voting. There's no, dramatic moment if you watch West Wing on the convention floor where, people are going to come up and, write in Stephen Harper. The votes have been mailed in. They had to be received, I think it was by September 6th, so last week, and there's a counting that's taking place, and it's a ranked ballot, which is very important, as we were just talking about, in terms of deciding who the winner is normally. And it's a point system. And this is important as well. So a lot of people saw that Pierre Poilievre in particular would have these rallies with thousands and thousands of people, like in Calgary and Edmonton. But a lot of that doesn't matter when it comes down to the points, because, Calgary Heritage, which may have 5,000 Conservative members, has the same 100 points as Abitibi-Témiscamingue, which may have 100 Conservative members. And you have to win the most points, not the most votes. So that has actually been, if we want to talk about Jean Charest, the strategy from the Charest campaign is that they said, yeah, you know what? We have been focused on a strategic plan of winning points, of going to areas where Conservatives don't typically do well, like Quebec, like Toronto. So let me ask you about that, Sue-Ann, because one of the things that Charest has tried to do in this race is make it not about policy as much as electability. His slogan, Built to Win, he says, yeah, we're never going to win with a guy like Pierre Poilievre. You have to elect me, and I'm the guy that can give us a Conservative majority. Is that a valuable pitch in a leadership race?
I don't think it's worked in the past. I mean, we had Erin O'Toole, who's placed himself strictly in the center, and last election had policies that, frankly, for a Conservative, veered too far to the left. I mean, he, talking about the carbon tax and flip-flopping about various other issues. And, I really feel the country is in a state of transition. You mentioned transition before, with the dear Queen passing away. And I think people are really, really fed up with the Trudeau government, and they're looking for someone tough who can beat him. And I don't think that electability, first of all, Jean Charest is not going to win the center left at all. I mean, you and I have been in politics or discussed politics or, analyzed politics for enough years to know that you're not going to win those people over. You're going to win people who are looking. People don't vote governments in, they vote them out. And I think people are looking for change. I really feel that.
I would say, Harrison, it isn't just change in strategy and change in messaging and change in tone, but change in that fundamental question of what are you offering? And it was very difficult for me to not draw comparisons between Jean Charest and what Erin O'Toole tried to do in the last election, which is that same thing of, I'm going to be the guy that delivers in the GTA. I'm going to be the guy that delivers in Quebec. And he really moderated his position tremendously and just didn't do it. And I mean, if Erin O'Toole had won, maybe we'd be having a different conversation and saying, well, okay, I don't like how he did it, but it worked. It didn't work. And I don't think it's ever worked. I mean, Andrew Scheer tried it. Erin O'Toole tried it. So it seems to be a bit of a hollow pitch when you look at the track record. I mean, I asked Jean Charest about that in one of my interviews with him, and he basically just had to say, well, yeah, but I'm different than Erin O'Toole. I believe what I'm saying, and I'm consistent and clear. But I always think when voters are confronted with that idea of, liberal in red and liberal in blue, they're probably just going to go with the real thing.
Yes, and I think that there's two things going on. There's a strategy for the leadership election, which is just for Conservative Party members. You have to appeal to party members. And then there's a strategy for the federal election. The one thing you can say about John Charest's campaign is that he's using the Aaron O'Toole, Andrew Scheer general election strategy in the leadership election, which I don't think is going to end up being successful for him. But I will say this, I'll say one thing about the result tonight. Conservatives should be careful to assume that the leader they are choosing tonight is the leader they're going to get on the election night in a federal election. We've been fooled. We were fooled by Aaron O'Toole, whose slogan was "Take Back Canada" in the leadership race. We were fooled by Andrew Scheer to some degree. Conservatives should be careful not to basically just to expect that there's going to be a different strategy in the federal election. I don't think, however, when you're trying to win over the Conservative Party base, appealing to the center and appealing to maybe traditional Liberal voters is going to work out, but we'll have to see what happens. But there's really two different strategies in place here.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really critical point, because we know that Aaron O'Toole said all the right things in the leadership race. And we had this conversation in 2020. And by the way, I will say to the people at home, that one went until like 3 a.m. because the party just couldn't manage to count ballots. So I'm hoping, I mean, that's why the bourbon's here. It's not for the first 4 hours. It's for like the next 4 hours if we need to go into overtime here. But the thing was, Aaron O'Toole was saying defund the CBC. We're going to restore your firearms rights, conscience rights, balance budgets, all of that. And then when the leadership ended and he switched to that general election mode, he didn't just soften his stances, he reversed some of them outright. And I guess that would be my question to you, Sue-Ann, about Pierre Poilievre. He has also been very unequivocal about certain things. Like at his rallies, people chant, defund the CBC, and he chants with them. How, like, the optimist in me says that he's boxed himself in so much that he can't reverse on this. But the cynic in me says, well, I thought that about Aaron O'Toole last time. So do you think he is going to how much do you think he is going to have to moderate and change? And how much do you think he can get away with between now and the next election?
Interesting question. I think he can get away with a lot, because I think the mood, people are angry. Canadians are angry. I mean, you see Justin Trudeau, I almost said Pierre Trudeau, bite my tongue. You see Justin Trudeau going out to various events and being mobbed and heckled and booed, and you know, the guy is, I mean, he's had to beef up his security, he's had to cancel, you know, events, and I think Pierre Poilievre reflects a very refreshing, in my view, strategy, and a very refreshing view of the way he's connected with the Canadian mood right now. And I mean, Harrison, you said that, Andrew, you said, you can't appeal to the center left. They're not going to vote for you. They're going to vote for their Truanons, you know, they're going to vote for Trudeau. And I think that, you know, I really honestly feel that this guy, Poilievre, is going to stick to his guns, because that's what Canadians want. They want funding of the CBC. They want better law and order. I mean, people are so disenchanted with Canada right now. I talk to my Conservative friends and they say Canada is just going downhill. It's just really, really depressing.
I think, Andrew, if I could, like you mentioned about Pierre boxing himself in and expanding the party to such a degree that if he does turn his back on them, on these new members that he's signed up and convinced, I don't know if the Conservative Party base will tolerate yet another flip-flop, yet another trick, basically, yet another leadership candidate telling them what they want to hear, throwing red meat to the base, and then when it comes time to actually trying to win in a general election, basically campaigning on the opposite. I don't know, Andrew, if the Conservative Party will tolerate yet another one of these sort of this bait and switch tactic. I think he's got to remain consistent. And I also think that requires him to figure out who he staffs his office with if he wins. It really boils even down to that. He's got to stay on message. I don't see the party tolerating yet another bait and switch.
Well, we've seen, and we've also seen the way the media has handled him, and how scared they are of his winning, and how scared they are of, I mean, the CBC has just gone crazy, how scared they are, Toronto Star, for example, how afraid they are of a Pierre Poilievre win, and how they mock him, and he's held to his guns. And I mean, you know, I've been in this game a long time. I really think that what you see is what you're going to get. And I sincerely hope that's the case. Because if the Conservatives haven't learned from the last two leaders, then, I mean, this party is a mess. It's just like, what do you do with them?
Yeah, and I think that you are right about that. And I've had a number of conversations on air and off air with Pierre Poilievre, and I do find there is an authenticity there. And I think that's important because, I mean, obviously it doesn't mean there's not showmanship to politics and his style, but I do believe that he believes what he's saying. And to be honest, I couldn't say that about Aaron O'Toole. I couldn't say it about Andrew Scheer during the leadership and even, or during the general election. And even after the general election, Andrew Scheer sort of admitted that in interviews that, yeah, I wish I was a bit more myself and I wish I was a bit more authentic and all that. So I think when we're looking at tonight, and what's going to happen, you are absolutely right that the media is going to pounce. And I think that the one lesson I would give the Conservative Party, if they haven't for some reason figured out on their own, is that once someone becomes the leader of the Conservatives, they could be the most left-wing person imaginable, but they're going to be Attila the Hun, they're going to be Hitler, they're going to be all of these things to the media. And that was the thing, is that you can't actually play Mr. Nice Guy with them. And the one thing that Pierre Poilievre has always done very well is really try to flip the script on the media. Not quite like Ron DeSantis, but very similar in style in that I've heard him say, well, actually, how can you say that? Where's your factual basis? And reporters sort of clam up and go, And I think that's the only way that the Conservatives can actually change the narrative, is to start questioning the narrative and questioning the premise.
What else can you do, Andrew, with the media? If the media, like you said, are never going to give a Conservative leader a fair shake, no matter who they are or what they say, you have to at some point fight back. And I think Canadians just want to see that. I don't think you would see Justin Trudeau, for example, bowing down to a very hostile media toward him. I think he would actually go at them. And I think that's something that Canadians would actually respect. They don't want to see a weak Conservative. They want to see someone who is ready to take charge right away, that is going to rise to the occasion and backtracking, apologizing to the media, apologizing for your own words. We've seen Aaron O'Toole do that. You just can't be doing that now. There needs to be a whole new shift. And like I said, I think the point goes down to who is feeding this Conservative leader information? Who is the staff that have created the climate where Conservative leaders feel they have to basically operate as liberals? That needs to change, I think, and that's going to be something that really needs to take precedent.
I just got a message from a friend of mine named Nancy who said, the headline is Sue Ann is right, which I think is generally a good subject line in an email. But she says, my house ballots for Pierre, mid-40s parents and professionals, some admitted to having been liberals. They're mad, frightened, and deeply concerned. Pierre is going to win tonight, and his new improved army will be ready for the opposition media and the progressives. We will not tolerate media lies about our leader or ourselves. So there is a fieriness in a lot of Pierre Poilievre's support. And also, when she says there that some of them admitted to having been liberals, I've heard that story from a number of people that have told me, I just took out for the first time in my life a Conservative membership to vote for Pierre Poilievre. So if that holds through the general election, this will be a very different election whenever it comes, won't it?
And let's not forget that, as we saw in the States, the media are not electing our next prime minister. It's you, me, and Nancy that are electing the next prime minister. And, I think the distrust in the media, I hate to say it, I was in the mainstream media for 31 years. The mistrust in the media is at an all-time high. And I think people are seeing through it. They've seen what's happened in the States with Donald Trump, God bless him, and with CNN and the very biased media. And we see the people in Canada are now seeing that the bailout media, the legacy media, are just Trudeau talking. They're secretaries, basically press secretaries for Pierre.
The official stenographers of the Canadian Parliamentary Press Gallery.
There's really nothing for the Liberals and the left to attack Pierre with other than using the media. That is their main vessel for attacking Pierre Poilievre. They've been successful at it, whether we like it or not. I was thinking about this. They have successfully painted Pierre Poilievre, whether he is or whether he isn't, as a divisive figure. But that's all they have on him right now. As long as the Conservatives can weather that, they're going to continue to convert new members. They're going to get new people on their side. And I think we're seeing that. Pierre Poilievre has grown the youth vote. That's a huge thing.
Yeah. Harrison, they portray anybody who is right of, far radical left. I mean, I'm painted as a divisive figure for speaking up about trans policy. So, I mean, this is their tactic. And I'm telling you that that is starting to not work. People are starting to see through it.
If you are just tuning in, I'm joined by my colleagues Sue-Ann Levy and Harrison Faulkner in the studio. Want to check back in with our team in Ottawa, though. My colleague Jasmine Moulton is there, giving us a bit of a sense of the mood on the ground. Take it away, Jasmine.
In Moulton. I'm reporting here live from the Shaw Centre in Ottawa with my colleague Elie Cantin-Nantel, and we're here at the Shaw Centre just waiting for the leadership convention to start. There's a buzz in the room. Everywhere around Ottawa, you pass people, conversations are all about this race. There's a lot of excitement and anticipation. It should be getting underway soon, and it's quite a large space, and we anticipate it to be quite full. So we're looking forward to, after a long race, it's been since February that former leader Erin O'Toole stepped down, and we're looking forward to hearing the results from this evening. Thank you.
Just wanted to let you know, if you are just tuning in here, how the evening is going to shake out. So you are not missing anything right now. The Conservative Party of Canada's official broadcast starts at 6 p.m. We have decided to give you some bonus pre-content and post-content, mainly because, unfortunately, official Conservative Party of Canada events tend to be very, very boring at times. So we're going to keep you company over the course of the evening, but the official party program is set to begin at 6 o'clock and go until 8 p.m. And in that time, there are going to be presentations by a number of people, including Candice Bergen, who's the outgoing interim leader, and also Erin O'Toole, who's the former leader. And we'll talk about that in a moment. There was supposed to be a presentation by Peter MacKay, but he posted a video this morning that, basically seemed like a very sick hostage video in which he was very ill, and I hope he is getting better. And he said he was too sick to join the festivities in Ottawa, so he's not able to be there. So there is going to be some programming there. And of course, they're going to have a tribute, as I mentioned, to Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. So we'll be carrying all that as it comes. The results are expected at about 7:30. And to be honest, 7:33 is what I was told. And I don't know if that was a typo or if they've just gotten this down for the first time in their lives to military precision. But the results are going to be coming at 7:30. I don't like telling you that because then you'll tune out and come back in. So Sue-Ann has also agreed to do an interpretive dance later to keep you entertained until we get to 7:30. And Harrison was going to join in, but he's in the corner, so I don't know if we'll be able to pull it off. My colleague Candice Malcolm is going to be with us in a couple of moments, but let's just talk very briefly about Erin O'Toole sending a video in. I don't want to read too much into this, but the fact that he doesn't want to be there on stage to say his farewell and welcome the new leader strikes me as a very deliberate choice.
Yeah, it does. I think that Erin O'Toole is bitter, obviously, about what happened. But the truth is, Andrew, Erin O'Toole didn't rise to the occasion at the time that he needed to rise to that moment. He was a victim of the Freedom Convoy protest, which, in my opinion, still continues to shape the Canadian political space. And I think because of that, he knows he made an error. But I think that it's probably a sign that big changes are coming to the party. And whether or not that was Erin O'Toole's decision, I'm sure it was, to put in a video. I just think it does say a lot.
Whatever happened, he did to himself. I mean, there's an MBA. In my MBA, we had this expression called stick to the knitting. He did not stick to the knitting. He deviated from true conservative principles. He didn't support the Freedom Convoy. He didn't hear what people had to say. He was out of touch with the average voter. And Erin O'Toole really has only Erin O'Toole to blame. I was just devastated, actually, when he lost the last election because I felt it was his election to win. There was such disenchantment with Justin Trudeau, and that is just ramped up all the more. We're on our third leadership review or leadership race in a couple of years. That shouldn't have happened. And, so I have no sympathy at all for Aaron O'Toole.
Yeah, and I think the big challenge that I had, and I spent a lot of time with him on the campaign trail, not one-on-one, but covering his campaign, and there was a frustration in the media that went beyond the typical media bias you'd expect against conservatives. There was a frustration at his inability to answer even the most basic of questions. And you know, you'd ask him a question that, like in one case, was right from the platform. I just needed to hear him say it, you know, are you going to do X? And in the answer, I was even more confused than at the beginning, because I'm like, well, like if you can't say a yes or no to something that's in your platform, that's an easy win, that you've already prepared, what are you representing? What are you standing for? And the one thing that we were talking about earlier is that if you try to trade in your base for other voters, you're not going to get them, but you're going to lose your base. And at the end of it, you have no one that really likes you, respects you, wants to vote for you. And it's unfortunate, because I actually think he is a decent person, but he made a decision. And I think you are right, Sue-Ann. And I don't know if he's actually understood that he was responsible. The sense that I've gotten from seeing things he said previously is that he very much feels like he's the victim here.
Well, yeah.
Start with Sue-Ann.
Well, that's a narcissist for you, thinking that you're the victim. I mean, I think he was the author of his own demise, frankly. And, you know, I'll tell you something. In politics, I spent over 20 years covering politicians, mostly municipal and provincial, not as much federal. But there is a dearth of backbone amongst our politicians today. I would like to see somebody who could actually stand up for what they believe in and stick to it. And I think if there's any hope for the Conservative Party, hopefully they will elect a leader who can do just that. Because I'm telling you, the wishy-washiness amongst politicians, I have lost all respect for most of them at every level of government.
The old William F. Buckley Jr. rule was elect the most conservative, most electable person. And it was like, you know, don't necessarily elect Attila the Hun because you agree with his tax policy, and don't elect the guy that stands for nothing because he's electable. You have to find that balance. But I find often conservatives lean towards electability rather than conservatism. Go ahead, Harrison.
Well, you don't even have to just look at the election. His performance in the federal election was, in my opinion, shameful for a conservative leader to not only contradict the commitments you made in the leadership, but to then actually back down off of the platform you released in that same election was unbelievable. But my big problem, Andrew, was the fact that while in opposition, he was the opposition leader during one of the most significant, I would say, constitutional problems, crises in our country, where the federal government was instituting major changes in laws that would impact our lives and limit our freedoms, and we didn't get anything from the opposition leader.
Yeah.
In fact, even worse, Andrew, the opposition leader told all the conservative MPs whose job it is to represent their constituents in the House and to oppose the government to keep their mouths quiet. So he basically, with that decision, brought all the conservative members in the House down and refused to let them speak. And then there were a couple rogue MPs that would eventually slowly speak. We saw some of them from the back bench, but that was a major failure in my opinion, and something that I hope he recognizes, and I hope the new leader quickly changes, that you just cannot be having it. The opposition leader must oppose the government.
And I was just going to say that the desperation that Canadians are feeling, who are conservative in nature or are thinking of shifting, like your friend Nancy, is because of that. They feel they have nobody who stands up for them.
Yeah.
And like I said, I see that at all levels of government. They feel like people are so busy, politicians are so busy appealing to the woke media or to woke policies that you feel like, you know, your concerns are not being addressed. And what has happened in Canada with the whole COVID policy and the Emergency Measures Act and all that kind of stuff. Nobody spoke up for you and me and Harrison.
Yeah, no, very well said. And I think we're going to have to talk later about the convoy effect, which is evidently near and dear to my heart, but I think to a lot of Canadians as well. But first, I have a very, very special guest. The greatest Candice of the evening is not Candice Bergen, despite what they may tell you in Ottawa, but it is our friend, colleague, and founder and editor-in-chief of True North, Candice Malcolm, who has been very dutifully tending to her duties on maternity leave, but has come back and joined us tonight. Candice, good to talk to you. Thanks for coming on tonight.
Well, it's my pleasure. I want to say the setup looks great. I'm really enjoying the conversation that you guys are having. I agree with Nancy that Sue-Ann is 100% correct. And everything you were talking about, Harrison as well. I haven't really been tuned in and thinking a lot about politics these days because I have a 3-week-old baby that I'm tending to. But I have to say, just watching the first 30 minutes of this broadcast here has gotten me really pumped up. And so it's a pleasure to be here with you, Andrew.
Well, glad to hear that. I just want to start, before we get into some of the politics, I mean, this has been a very significant week for the country and the world. And we talked about this at the beginning with the passing of the Queen. And that actually does tie into this leadership race, because I think there was a little bit of confusion about what the proper protocol is and whether to even have this event tonight. And obviously the party did decide to go ahead with it, although they've apparently, I saw David Aiken tweeted, they had an $8,000 confetti contract, which they canceled. So we are getting no confetti tonight. That's the solemn tribute to the Queen. But I know this is something that, is near and dear to your heart. And I wanted to just ask you, in general, your thoughts and reflections on this week.
Well, certainly, I think it's a somber moment in world history and certainly in Canadian history. I have to say, no one was really surprised to hear that Queen Elizabeth died. She was very old, 96. She didn't look her healthiest when we saw her just on Tuesday swearing in the new Prime Minister of Britain. The fact that she did it from her Balmoral estate in Scotland rather than coming to Windsor Castle was, I think, quite telling. But still, I think that someone losing someone of that caliber. I mean, she is the Queen of Canada. She is the head of our state. Her presence and her life is ubiquitous with our experiences as Canadian. Every aspect of it. New Canadians swear allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen, and now they swear allegiance to the King. So it's obviously a very important moment in our lives. We've never known another monarch. Queen Elizabeth, I think, was perhaps the most important living person, the most important person in the world in our time. And I know that a lot of our viewers might not feel strongly towards the monarchy. I see the comments calling King Charles the WEF king, and I think that there's something to that. The idea that he has been political and he has put forth his views on things, which is something that I don't think that Canadians want. I don't think that anybody wants that from a king. That's not the role. And again, it goes back to the importance of Queen Elizabeth and how incredible she was in that role. Again, just to say, I think she's the most important public figure, most important person of our time. And the idea that she has been a public figure, Andrew, for 70 years. She was crowned king when she was 25 years old. You think of a 25-year-old.
Well, I mean, she was a public figure for much before that. I mean, her service started. I mean, that famous speech when she was 21. So 21, she took that even before she ascended. You're
right. And even when she was 14, she gave a speech to the children of Britain at the time. And it's really incredible. You see people today sort of buckling under the pressure of public life, and you see the way that Elizabeth lived her life. Focused on duty, focused on tradition, focused not on politics and the things that divide us, but instead the things that unite us. And it made me think, Andrew, do you remember a couple of years ago, Justin Trudeau, all he would ever say was, diversity is our strength, diversity is our strength. And, yes. And it was just so annoying and loathsome because it's not true, right? We're strong despite our differences, not because of them. Our differences are not our strength. And you think of one of the most important things in the world today. I mean, there's chaos all around us. There's huge crises, whether you're talking about oil shortages or inflation or the way that governments are, so far removed from their people here in Canada. The elites are so out of touch and sometimes have disdain for the people, the way that the people were treated during the COVID lockdowns. And you think what we really need is unity. And I think that is the role of the monarch is to unite people, not to divide us, not to bring politics into things, but to be that sort of steadfast institution that connects us to our past, to our traditions, remind us that there is a greater purpose to all of this, to government. And I love what I'm seeing now in the UK. People are coming together. Even just the images that we saw today of the brothers William and Harry back together. I don't think that they've been together publicly for a very long time. There's obviously a rift there. So that unity and that's so much what the Queen represented and her legacy. I hope that King Charles maintains that and leaves his politics out of things. And I think it's fair for people to criticize Charles as the WF king because he's been very public about his views on all kinds of things that the World Economic Forum love to push. And I think Obviously the role of the monarch, I don't know if any of us would choose, if we could design a system from scratch, if we would choose a monarchy, a constitutional monarchy. But that's the system that we have. It's the system that we've inherited. And I think that the most important thing is not to have division, but to be united around that. And I will say, Andrew, I'm a little disappointed with the Conservative Party. I think, you look in the UK and they've canceled their parliament, aside from speeches and tributes to the Queen and the new King. No parliamentary business will happen for the next 2 weeks. And it seems a little odd that the Conservative Party would choose to go forth with this leadership race tonight. I know we've all been anticipating it and anxiously awaiting to learn who the winner is. But at the same time, it seems a little odd, to your point, dropping confetti and celebrating when it is a somber moment in our country and in the world.
Yeah, and I mean, I would love to find out what conversations went on behind the scenes on the leadership election organizing committee, perhaps, conversations between them and Pierre Poilievre's campaign. I don't have any inside knowledge, but obviously if you're Pierre Poilievre's campaign is the presumptive winner, you probably want your moment to come out on stage and say, here I am, and set the tone for the race. And the challenge is the news of Queen Elizabeth's death is not just a one-day story. There's going to be a funeral on, I think, the 19th, if memory serves. So, there you couldn't even just bump it back a week or 2 weeks necessarily. But you are right. I mean, the one thing that we should all be taking away from this past week is that there are some things that exist above politics, and that our core identity as a country does not come from the Liberals or the Conservatives or the NDP or the Bloc or the PPC or the Greens, but it comes from the Crown. There's a reason the mace is in the House of Commons. And, a lot of this stuff just sounds like stupid, mundane and arcane tradition to people, but it is actually quite significant. And I think you're very right to point out that this thing has been a constant in our lives. And the fact that we know the Queen is there but are not confronted with her presence every day is, I think, exactly a testament to her grace, quite frankly. And, Prince William at the time, Prince Charles at the time, and now King Charles III, has said in the past in interviews that he won't be an activist when he's the sovereign. But I don't know how easy it is to put the genie back in the bottle when, people do know what you say and people do know what you believe, even if you're not saying it now.
Well, you're so right about the Queen's grace, and right. I mean, he's 73 years old, and he's finally getting his first job, which is sort of the joke that you see in the comments. But we know him as a public figure, and so it's hard to ignore and erase that. I'll just mention that I love the poster that you have up over your shoulder there, the old flag, the old policy, the old leader, and it does connect us back. To me, Queen Elizabeth wasn't just a figure of the British monarchy and a sort of relic of the past. She's a representation of Western civilization. She's the person that you look to when you look to the past and some of the greatest moments in the empire and in Canadian history as well. I mean, you have to remember that when she became queen, Winston Churchill was the prime minister and in the UK, and that just brings us back again. So, look, I don't think the family is perfect. I don't think that I don't like the sort of drama and the celebrity that sort of overtakes things. The thing I love about the Queen and why I admire her so much was that she didn't bring her personal life into things. She didn't have the scandals and the drama that we saw with Charles, and unfortunately that we see with his younger son, Harry. However, I think that's sort of the model of public service, and I think we could all learn a lot from her commitment to duty, again, tradition, grace, all those things that you mentioned.
Turning things back to the Conservative leadership race, I know you've been tending to, I think, a much more important job than politics over the last few weeks, looking after your newborn, and we all wish you very well on that. But what is it that you have been watching for, either tonight or in general in the race? What is it that you want to see and kind of want to basically find out the answer to?
Well, I think we're all just anxiously awaiting who's going to be the new leader of this party, what direction it's going to go, and sort of keeping our eye on the prize, which is that Canada is led by a absolute failure of a prime minister and a government, a despicable leadership under the Liberals. They've completely destroyed our economy. They've treated the Canadians with contempt. The way that Justin Trudeau behaved earlier this year with regards to the trucker convoy, the way that he demonized the truckers, the names that he called them, the way that he treated the unvaccinated before that is absolutely despicable, unbecoming of a prime minister, and he needs to go right away, like as soon as possible. So I think that as soon as this leadership contest is over, we can focus on the more important task at hand, which is for Conservatives to unite, to present a governing alternative to Canadians to move forth with an election, preferably as soon as possible, and get rid of this train wreck of a prime minister and a government. And the fact that there's this coalition with the NDP just makes it all the more undemocratic and frankly despicable. I haven't been following the news too closely, but I have been reading True North's emails and seeing, for instance, when Rupa Subramanya, our rock star podcaster, broke that story about the fact that there was no science whatsoever involved in some of the Trudeau government mandates, and then seeing MPs, Liberal elected officials, condemning her on social media and calling it disinformation, the same government that's trying to ban disinformation. I mean, the whole thing is so scary, frankly. It's Orwellian, it's despicable, and the way that they continue to behave day in, day out is unacceptable, and Canadians deserve so much better. So, I think that there's a couple of really strong candidates here. I hope that it's a clean victory and we can move on with a new leader and again focus on restoring our country, fixing the economy, getting things back on track, living up to the potential of Canada. I've seen this country slide down so far in the past 7 years. It's just, Canadians deserve so much better, and I think that that's something that we should all again be focused on, uniting around whoever the leader is and taking our country back, frankly.
You mentioned the True North email list, so that I think brings up a great point here. When C11 comes in and Justin Trudeau flips the switch on True North, you'll always have the emails if you subscribe now. So head on over to tnc.news and you can subscribe. And I would also say, please, 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 if you like the kind of content we're doing now, both here in the studio and in Ottawa, and whether it was covering the convoy or covering the leadership debates or in general covering the news that matters to you, please do donate to True North. We often talk about the problems with government subsidies, whether it's CBC or the $600 million media bailout. You don't have a say in that, but you do have a say in supporting independent alternatives to those like True North. So please, please, please do head over to donate.tncnews and make your contribution if you can, and also share our content too, because we need eyeballs on it here. Candice, I know that your colleagues as well as mine, Sue Ann and Harrison, haven't talked to you in a little while, so I want to bring them into the discussion here. I'll start with you, Harrison.
Hi, Candice. One thing I wanted to get your thoughts on was how you feel Pierre Poilievre has led his campaign as the front runner. I think I saw a big shift in his strategy when, after the Canada Strong and Free Network debate that you moderated, we saw Pierre Poilievre attack Jean Charest really hard and come out really strong. And then, in my opinion, since then, he's shifted his focus more to Justin Trudeau and painting himself as the leader in waiting. What is your thought on how he's led this campaign as a front runner? Because that's not really the easiest position to be in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Well, first of all, it's great to see you, Harrison. I've enjoyed watching Ratio and Fake News Friday while I've been away, and great to see you too, Sue Ann. Look, I think that Pierre is clearly the crowd favorite. He's got the momentum, he's got the crowds, he's got the message, and you were talking earlier about how in the last election it was Aaron O'Toole's to lose. I think I see it the same way with Pierre in this leadership. He was the front runner, and his strategy had to be to set himself apart. And I think, again, Conservatives are going to do better when they are focused on taking down the Liberals, not tearing each other apart, because we've seen so many times that what you say during a leadership race can be used against you in a general election. And I don't know if there's any clips from any of the debates or any of the back and forths that will take us to the general election, and we'll survive for that. But I think that Pierre's run a good campaign. Obviously, he's got a lot of support, from the people, also from the sort of rank and file of the party. When I was at that Canada Strong and Free debate, I spoke to so many people that I've known for a long time in the Conservative movement. People who are new to the party, new to the movement, who hadn't been Conservative Party members before, but showed up because they believe in his message and they feel excited and motivated by what he has to say. So I think that he just has deep levels of support. As far as his strategy, I mean, you could probably comment on it better than I can, Harrison, because you've probably been watching it a little closer. But it seems to me like he's been doing things right. What's your take on it?
No, I think that clearly he wanted to come out from the very beginning and paint himself as the prime minister in waiting, saying in his opening video that he was running for prime minister and not running for conservative leader. And I think that's really something that he's tried to stick with, despite the fact that people expect him to attack John Scheer and attack the other candidates, and the media is painting him as this attack dog. I think he's done an excellent job at staying on message, not falling into the media's traps, and maintaining his position, I think, as the out and out front runner.
Have you guys opened that bottle of Maker's Marks? It looked like you have a nice bottle of bourbon there. It hasn't been cracked.
No, we were waiting.
Delay.
I mean, you remember, Candace, because you were the co-host alongside me when we had the infamous 3 a.m. leadership results. So we were like, we didn't want to burn through it and then still have 8 hours left to go. So we'll get into the Maker's Mark. But go ahead, Sue-Ann. Sorry.
Hi, Candice. I thought those videos that Pierre Poilievre did, the one with the wood and the other one in the restaurant, when he talked about prices of eggs and toast going up, I thought they were brilliant. I thought the one in the restaurant was really well done. The question for you is, and we were talking about it, is do you think he can stick to his message once he gets into a general election campaign? Do you think that he can stand up to the media, the legacy media?
We've seen it already. I mean, right from even during the trucker convoy, when they were out there saying, basically just maligning the truckers, and he was, I think, one of the only politicians that I saw that was willing to push back, to ask them what they're talking about, to say what you're saying isn't true. I see Pierre as an authentic figure. I don't know him too well, but every time I've talked to him, he's said the same thing, regardless of the whether it was on the record or off the record, public or private. And I think that he really believes in what he says. He's obviously very dedicated to the country. He spent his entire career in public service. So, look, I think that it's the art of politics is the art of what's possible. So the role of the conservative leader is to sort of bridge that gap between the conservative base and what people like us want to see and what we want to hear, and appealing to the broader public and convincing Canadians that a conservative government, a conservative worldview is what's needed to fix so many of the problems in this country. I think the pendulum is swinging, and I hope that he could be. I think he's the messenger. I think he's incredibly articulate, passionate. I think that he has what it takes. So if he is the leader, I think that the Conservative Party will be in really good shape to match up against Justin Trudeau and again, hopefully steer our country back on track. And I think, to compare him to the last two leaders, if he is chosen leader tonight, I think compared to O'Toole and Andrew Scheer, he seems to be someone who has the conviction and who has that ability to really communicate a conservative message stronger than what we've seen. So, I would be excited if he's the leader, and I think he's done a great job so far.
One thing that I would raise as a concern about Pierre Poilievre is the relationship with independent media, which generally speaking has been quite strong. I mean, he's made time to come on my show, I think twice in the leadership race, a number of times outside of it. I know he's been on your show, Candace, and generally speaking, I mean, his campaign has had a fairly good relationship with True North. They've sent us a lot of their materials and whatnot. But I also go back to when we were involved trying to host the Independent Press Gallery leadership debate, and Pierre Poilievre said no to that, and ultimately that ended up triggering other withdrawals, and we couldn't have it. Same with Western Standard. They were hosting a debate. Pierre Poilievre's campaign said no. They ended up pulling the plug on it, and eventually they revived it with a bit of a different format, which we know all too well in 2020 we had to do when Peter MacKay did the same. And so I honestly would put as a challenge to him or a desire that you keep up that relationship, because we know that the mainstream media is never going to be the conservative leader's friend, no matter what. And we saw Aaron O'Toole spend a lot of time talking to independent media in the leadership, and then we couldn't find him anywhere afterwards.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think that that's something that we should all be on the lookout and hold them accountable. I said the role of a conservative politician and leader is to bridge that gap between the conservative base and what we know is best for the country and the general public and what's palatable and what the art of what's possible. I think the role of journalists and pundits and conservative activists is to hold the politicians accountable for what they said before. Andrew, you've done a tremendous job of this over the years to make sure that what a conservative leader says during the leadership race to the conservative base matches what they say on the campaign trail, and to try to create the space, right, to try to articulate conservatism more broadly so that it becomes more palatable for the politicians. Because at the end of the day, politicians are going to do and say what they need to do to survive in their career and their path, and that is to get elected. And they're not always going to say the most conservative thing, even if it's true and even if it's what's needed. And so again, it's our job to sort of help that pathway, to make sure that the policies that the Conservative Party think are possible in a general election match up to our values. And I think it's so important. That's why I'm so proud of True North. I love what even right now, I'm not part of the sort of content. I'm here as a fan. I'm watching. I'm reading the emails, watching all your shows, and the thing that True North does is we popularize so many of the stories that wouldn't have gotten out otherwise. I think that so much of the success of the Freedom Convoy and the shift that we saw with regards to COVID came from independent media. The fact that we were out there covering it, that we were telling Canadians the other side of the story. I can't tell you how many people have reached out to me to say, I'll never be able to look at CBC the same way or the Globe and Mail the same way because I saw the way that they malign the truckers, and I saw your coverage, and it just couldn't be more different. And I think that the fact that we're out there pushing that, providing Canadians with that alternative really does help a conservative leader, because they have the ability to tell their story, not just in the frame of the legacy media who are going to lie about them. You guys do a great job with Fake News Friday, pointing it out week in, week out, all the ways that the media misrepresent and malign conservatives. And again, it's such an important role for service for Canadians to see that. And I think that we really do help conservatives stay true to what they're saying. So hopefully, all that is just to say, hopefully we can encourage whoever the conservative leader is to stick with what they've said on the campaign trail here.
I've been told by our COO to let you know that there's lots of love for Candace on Facebook and YouTube in the comments right now. You got to look in between the WEF King Charles ones to find that everyone's so thrilled to see you and so thrilled you're doing well, and they all send their very best to you as well. And we're always happy to see you, and can't thank you enough for creating this platform that we get to have this discussion on now. But any final parting words, Candace?
Well, hopefully you guys don't have to do another 8-hour broadcast like the last time the Conservatives were on. But if you do, I'll be up watching. I'll be up with my newborn throughout the night as usual. So
we'll be sending you the overtime timesheet as well. So
well, keep up the great work, guys. It's really a pleasure to join you. Thanks, Andrew, for hosting the show and holding up the ship while I've been away. Again, it's great to know that the True North platform's in such good hands, such capable hands. I'm so proud of the progress that we've made at True North. I think some of the best journalists in the country are on our platform. And Andrew, thank you so much, truly, for all you do for us.
Oh, that's really kind of you, Candace. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to do it. So Candice Malcolm, we give her a send-off as well, and she'll be back soon enough full-time on the True North platform as well. But thank you very much. And I will just say, if you're tuning in, we have lots coming up here. We are about 5 minutes away from the official start of the Conservative Party of Canada's program in Ottawa. My colleagues Elie, Cantin-Nantel, and Jasmine Moulton are in Ottawa right now, and we'll have some content from them throughout the course of the evening. I'm joined in the studio by Sue-Ann Levy and Harrison Faulkner as we've been talking for just under an hour now. And I want to just put in context here the discussion. We have 5 candidates in the race: Scott Aitchison, Roman Baber, Jean Charest, Leslyn Lewis, and Pierre Poilievre. And undeniably, there has been a Poilievre tone to this. And I've always thought it's a little bit awkward when anchors pretend that reality isn't actually reality and start talking about, oh, well, there's a chance that Patrick Brown might pull this out tonight. No, he's not going to win, and we don't have to pretend he will. But I do think also we need to talk about exactly why we have talked about this, generally speaking, as though Pierre Poilievre is the front runner. And I just want to talk about some fundraising numbers here that were compiled by Eric Grenier, who I believe is with CBC. These are the first and second interim reports for leadership fundraising posted by Elections Canada. Poilievre has raised $6.7 million. Jean Charest has raised $2.7 million. Leslyn Lewis has raised $1.5 million. Roman Baber, $647,000. And Scott Aitchison, $549,000. And if I'm not mistaken, someone on our show, I believe the buy-in was $300,000, was it not?
I think so. That's I'm not totally sure, but yeah.
I think it was like with a compliance deposit, $300,000. You get $100 of that back, if I'm not mistaken. So that means, for Scott Aitchison and Roman Baber, half of their expenditures or half of their fundraising has gone to just paying the Conservative Party of Canada. But Pierre Poilievre, almost $7 million, Jean Charest almost $3 million. Like, that's a pretty big disparity. And again, money is not votes. There is a difference there. But this is why I think a lot of us have said Pierre Poilievre is, in fact, a front runner in this. And if you look at the membership numbers here, the Conservatives have more members than they've ever had in the history of the party. I love John A. Macdonald behind me, but he didn't have 670,000 Conservative members. And of those, the majority have been claimed by the Poilievre campaign. So it does look like Pierre Poilievre is going to win tonight. However, that doesn't mean that there aren't surprises that we could see, notably involving how many people he gets or how many votes he gets, where he gets the votes, how many points he gets on the first ballot, the second ballot. And also, I think generally speaking, I would also say where the other candidates lie, because Scott Aitchison is a Conservative member of Parliament. Roman Baber may run for member of Parliament. Leslyn Lewis is a Conservative member of Parliament. So all of these people are going to in some way have to work with each other, with, to go back to your point, Sue-Ann, the exception of Jean Charest, who hasn't said whether he is going to run again or whether he's going to run.
Yeah. And that would be a true commitment to the party. But I think he's sort of like a drive-by candidate. Let's see what happens. And if I don't win, bye-bye. Go back to Hawaii or whatever he's done.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of stories you can look at from the rest of the candidates. I think it's notable, in my opinion, and it hasn't gotten a lot of attention, that there was this push from the Liberal media and even some figures in Conservative establishment to have Leslyn Lewis disqualified from the race a few weeks ago because of comments she made. I thought that was interesting. I think the big takeaway from my perspective has been the performance of Roman Baber in this campaign.
Yeah.
He has, if you look at any of our content on the election or our live shows, I know there are comments coming in right now talking about Roman Baber, people saying that they support Roman and they think that he's run a great campaign. And I think that speaks to the fact that he's been able to thread the needle between two sides of the Conservative Party. He's been the only leadership candidate that was 100% from the very beginning a voice for freedom, a voice against lockdowns. Pierre Poilievre can't say that, as much as I'm sure he'd like to. And Leslyn Lewis can't say that either. Roman Baber has been there from the beginning. He's truly committed to this sort of anti-lockdown position and this pro-freedom side. But at the same time, you won't see Roman Baber venture too far over to the right. He's really tried to thread the needle, and I think there's something to be said about that. And my takeaway has been that he entered this race for his political survival. He really had one opportunity to boost his profile, and this was the leadership race. I don't think he was in it to win it, but I think he's been in it to maintain his position in the Conservative space, and he certainly achieved that, I think, tonight. That to me, is a guarantee. We will see Roman Baber in Ottawa as an MP. And we weren't going to see him under Doug Ford again as an MP.
No.
We know that was out of the question.
Oh, yeah, he was kicked out of caucus.
Well,
and
exactly.
For taking a stand on the lockdowns, when a lot of PC MPPs in Ontario, and Sue-Ann and I, you and I are both former PC candidates, so we know all too well the challenges of Ontario politics, but PC MPPs generally just shut up and fell in line.
Yeah, he had no choice, in my opinion. If he wanted to maintain his space in the Conservative movement for himself, he had to run in this race, and he had to boost his profile, and he's done that. So whatever result happens, I think Roman Baber has succeeded in his main objective.
You know what? I have a lot of time for Roman Baber. I've been in touch with him I was in touch with him when I was a columnist for The Sun, because of his COVID policies and some of the things that were going on with masking, no masking, vaccines. And he stood up against some of the crazy policies. And I mean, you talk about sticking to your principles. He did. He's not going to win tonight because he's just not well known enough. But on social media and my contacts on social media, I think there's a general feeling of huge respect for him, for what he's done, and for his leadership in, fighting some of these COVID policies and not being a politician who is an absolute sheep.
Yeah, and I think you are right about that. I mean, I had a lot of, I don't want to say a lot. I mean, he didn't occupy a huge amount of my headspace, but I had qualms with Roman Baber early on when he was elected because he really just seemed to be a fairly moderate person, and that's not typically the type of candidate I'm drawn to. But when push came to shove, he took a stand, and at tremendous personal sacrifice. I mean, he became a one-term MPP when he stood up and he spoke out in the way that he did. So we're going to talk a lot about all of these things here. I'm just getting an update. The room is still filling up. The program was officially going to start at 6 p.m., but it sounds like they're a little bit delayed, only at 60% full. So we will have to do a little bit of talking on our end. But first, I'm going to throw to an interview my colleague Elie Cantin-Nantel in Ottawa did with Conservative MP Pierre Poilievre.
Been a very long leadership race. Today's finally the day where we're going to find out who the next leader is. How are you feeling, and do you think this is a good day overall for the Conservative movement?
Oh yes, it is. It's a very great day today, and especially with the weather we have today. But it's a time to have a new leader because we need to be ready to fight Justin Trudeau, and it's what we need to as soon as possible. It's why today it's a great day. I'm supporting Pierre Poilievre, so I hope Pierre will win tonight, and then the next Monday we'll be ready.
If I may ask, a lot of your Quebec colleagues have endorsed Jean Charest, the former premier of the province. So why did you decide to kind of do differently from most of your colleagues and support Pierre Poilievre?
I think first of all, it's because Mr. Charest in Quebec is well known, former premier, and a lot of my colleagues worked with him years ago. So it's the personal connection with him first. It's why I think they support him. But actually, what I expect is my colleagues to join me with Pierre Poilievre and to stay in the team and to be ready for the next election.
Conservatives didn't do well in Quebec in both 2019 and 2021. Despite that, when I go there, I find a lot of people are conservative in nature. What do you think the party has to do differently to gain seats in the Quebec region and in Beauce and other places where they didn't do as well as they did in 2015?
That's true. Actually, Quebec has a lot of people who are conservative. But when it's election time, sometimes don't understand where we are exactly, and it's why a lot of them vote for the bloc. And a lot of people vote for the bloc. They are not separatists. They just have a place to put their vote. So it's why next election we must talk maybe differently to people in Quebec and let them know that we are strong conservative like they are, and they can choose us and vote for us. Because actually we have 10 seats and we want to expand this. So I'm sure with Pierre Poilievre it will be good.
Pierre Poilievre, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
As I understand it, the official program is commencing now. So we go live to the Shaw Centre in Ottawa for the beginning of the Conservative leadership results.
Thank you. To honor the memory of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, please join us all in a moment of silence.
Pour honorer Sa Majesté la Reine Elisabeth II, veuillez vous joindre à nous pour un moment de silence.
Thank you. Please remain standing, and I would like to invite Rosemary Siemens and Elie Bennett. They've been playing music for us earlier. They are going to do an instrumental rendition of God Save the King.
Veuillez vous lever si possible pour une version instrumentale de l'hymne royal Dieu protège le roi par Rosemary Siemens et Elie Bennett.
What a royal send-off to Her Majesty. That was fantastic. The Queen was named Queen on February 6, 1952. I was born July 1st, 1952. And so I've been thrilled that we've celebrated all our special anniversaries together. And I was so sad to hear the news. But what a wonderful, wonderful Queen she has been to us. Please remain standing and join our former Member of Parliament and the CPC Leadership Election Organizing Committee that Valerie and I both sat on, a LEOC member, former MP Nellie Shin, for the singing of O Canada.
Veuillez rester debout et accueillir Nellie Shin, députée de 2019 à 2021 et membre du comité organisateur de l'élection du chef pour interpréter notre hymne national. Merci Elie, c'était magnifique.
She wouldn't tell you this, but Nellie played the music in the background for her to sing. So another hand for Nellie.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Good evening, fellow Conservatives, and good evening, fellow Canadians. Bonjour, chers amis. This is a great day, and it's been a busy time. Yes, please be seated. On behalf of our Conservative family, we also offer our heartfelt thoughts and prayers to the victims and their families of last weekend's horrific events. We want to let people of Saskatchewan know that we are thinking about you. Thank you so much. We also wish to acknowledge that we are gathered here in Ottawa, built on unceded Anishinaabe Algonquin territory. Thank you. We're pleased to be joined by our party's Vice President and the Vice Chair of LEOC, Valerie Asselin, my fellow co-chair, and our member. Yes, let's give her a hand. Valerie, we served together on LEOC, and our members present here, many of you, and lots more looking in from across the country, excited to meet our new leader tonight.
Bonsoir, chers amis. Je suis heureuse de partager cette soirée avec toi, Deb, et heureuse d'être avec vous ici en présentiel et à travers le Canada. Merci. Je tiens également à offrir mes condoléances aux victimes, leurs familles, aux gens de la Saskatchewan et du Canada qui ont aussi le cœur brisé. Nous sommes tous avec vous. Pour nous offrir une bénédiction autochtone, veuillez accueillir Léonard Hodgick.
A retired administrator and an Algonquin elder from Kitigan-Zibi, about an hour north of Ottawa here, our guest was appointed by the Government of Canada as a director of the First Nations Financial Management Board, and he's part of many other Aboriginal organizations. Please welcome with us Elder Leonard Hodgick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Aboriginal people that are in attendance, Kwe, bonjour à tout le monde, mes amis francophones. Good evening to everyone. Already being introduced, it's an honor for me because I'm a proud Canadian Aboriginal person. It's an honor for me to be the first Thank you. It's an honor for me to be the first to be asked by the party, Conservative Party of Canada, to come and welcome you to the Aboriginal Algonquin traditional unceded territories. This land that we are on, this specific land, is like the Algonquin capital to us. My ancestors would come down from the trap lines in early spring from all over our land and come and meet at this very spot. We had two very important things to get done. One was the fertile ground to grow our crops that we needed to survive the harsh winters ahead. But more important, we held government, as you hold government. We dealt with, a lot of people ask, well, what did your government deal with? You were Aboriginal savages. Like, we dealt with trade negotiations, elections, justice, environment. Our trap lines had to be well taken care of, because if we didn't take care of the environment, we would not survive. I could talk on and on, but I'm sort of limited on time, and I really appreciate being offered the time to be with you. It's a truly honor for me, and I hope that we continue in the future to include Aboriginal people to participate in your gatherings. With that, I pray. I pray for the simple things in life: water, the air that we breathe, we take for granted. I also pray and thank the Creator for Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people that we are able and given the pleasure and the privilege to live in the greatest country in the world. I also ask the Creator to give as much support as the new members can to your new elected leader and your new party. Not new party, but your party. I believe that in unity there is strength, and we need a strong Conservative Party. Juste une couple de mots vite fait pour la population francophone. J'aimerais pas répéter tout ce que j'ai dit, mais j'aimerais dire qu'on est chanceux de vivre dans le plus beau pays au monde, puis aussi qu'on est, on a un privilège. C'est un privilège qu'on ne peut pas prendre pour acquis. Merci. Megwedge, Kangutsunan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ojek, for those moving words and an offering to you to say thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Merci.
Well, our next speaker is known to Conservatives right across Canada. She's a former Minister of Health and the Environment, Member of Parliament for Nunavut. You know who that is. She currently represents Nunavut on National Council, and we have had the pleasure of working with her on Leoc as well. Please join me in welcoming the Honourable Leona Aglukak, our friend and colleague.
Unnu sakut. Koyanna mitamani gunnafi unnu. Hivulektikut hatkatautinyaktilugu dungasumnyakosi. Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, has passed. We wish to pay homage to her devoted dedication and service throughout her life to the people of Canada, the United Kingdom, the Commonwealth, and the rest of the world. Her late Majesty leaves behind an incredible legacy which will stand the test of time, as well our late Majesty's comforting words in difficult moments throughout the history of her reign. The Queen's clear love and affection for the women and men of Canadian Armed Forces was obvious during her numerous visits to Canada, including 4 times to the Canadian Arctic. Along with her patronage of so many military, civic, and charitable organizations across our great country, which her late Majesty considered her second home. Simply put, her late Majesty loved Canada, and Canadians loved her back. Although the Queen stood above politics, her late Majesty supported the democratic process throughout her life. She and her representatives opened parliaments and provincial legislatures. Together, she and her representatives gave royal assents to our legislation. Her advice and her wisdom was sought by many prime ministers. Given her late Majesty's steadfast support for democracy everywhere, we are confident that in that spirit, we can proceed with our announcement tonight. To elect a new leader who will become the leader of His Majesty loyal opposition in a week's time. When Parliament reconvenes to recognize her late Majesty's passing and her succession according to law. We pledge to continue to support her late Majesty and her family in this period of mourning and offer our most sincere condolences to her family and loved ones. May she rest in peace.
Merci, Léona, pour tes beaux mots. Sa Majesté la Reine Élisabeth II nous a quittés. Nous souhaitons lui rendre hommage pour son dévouement et à son service remarquable tout au long de sa vie envers les peuples du Canada, du Royaume-Uni, du Commonwealth et du reste du monde. Sa Majesté nous laisse un incroyable héritage qui demeurera dans notre mémoire collective, non seulement pour son dévouement et son service, mais également en tant qu'exemple extraordinaire pour toutes les femmes du monde, tout comme ses paroles réconfortantes lors de moments difficiles pendant son règne. Nous offrons nos sincères condoléances à sa famille et ses proches, qu'elle repose en paix.
Thank you, Leona, and thank you, Valerie, for those beautiful words. King Charles III was formally proclaimed as our king this very moment, this morning. Please help us congratulate and celebrate His Majesty King Charles III. Forgive me, I, like probably every one of you, are going to take a while to get used to that. God save the King. And now on this historic day in so many ways, we're here together to announce and celebrate our new leader and thank our past leaders. Yoo-hoo! As we all know, and we need to tell the rest of the country, that there's more that unites us than divides us as a party.
Absolutely.
We all want the same thing, a strong and prosperous Canada, and a party that will keep its promises. How about a campaign platform they can believe in and trust, not the one that belongs in the fiction section of the local library, like past Liberal Red books? I have some experience with some of those Liberal Red books, if you can remember that far back. On this Conservative team, folks, it doesn't matter what position you play. Whether you play left wing, center ice, or right wing, we are all on the same team, and we have one opponent only. Yeah, lovely. Yeah. Yeah. I said we have one only opponent, and you know who it is. It's the unholy alliance of Justin Trudeau and Jagmeet Singh. You know, Christia may have the pearls and hold the purse strings, but make no mistake, Jagmeet has the power. He's Deputy Prime Minister. And now he's saying that he might just have to pull the plug on the whole deal. Well, you wonder about it. You wonder who's chicken and chicken little in this sweet deal, don't you then? They're scared to call an election, but we can't wait. The sooner the better. You are not surprised to know that being a politician isn't easy at the best of times. Trust me, been there. I know that, and I thought about it the other day when I was on a long plane ride to Ottawa. I thought, I remember what this feels like. I've been there. It is a rewarding job, though, and we are so thankful for people that step forward to take those jobs. But it's tough. It's hard on family. It's hard on loved ones. Just today, my husband Lou phoned me right before I left the hotel and said, Deb, he was on his way to see his mom, and a big, huge deer just jumped out and just smacked our car. I'm so glad he's okay, but boy, did I feel a long way away. I wanted to be there to hug him, and I bet he wanted me to be there to hug him back. Our car is in Manitoba right now. We've been on a road trip, and we have to drive it. He thinks he could tape it together for us to drive home to Vancouver Island. Yeah, watch for that, okay? It's coming soon. I'm sure it'll be on the national news. But we are so grateful, those of us in elected life, to have people that stand beside us and support us. And I want to say thank you to all those people who support members of Parliament. Before her election just last year, as Member of Parliament for Hastings, Lennox and Addington in Eastern Ontario, Shelby Cramp-Nyman worked as an educator, a small business person, and a municipal councillor. Oh, plus she's a wife and a mother of 2 daughters.
Shelby savait en quelque sorte dans quoi elle s'embarquait parce qu'elle vient d'une famille politique. Son père, Darrell Cramp, a été député à Ottawa et député provincial en Ontario. Sans doute que Shelby applique certaines des leçons qu'elle a apprises de sa mère et de son père. Mais Shelby façonne maintenant son chemin à sa façon en tant que la ministre du cabinet fantôme responsable des aînés et la voix des députés au sein du COEC.
Rick Perkins is another member of Parliament, the Conservative caucus, and just got elected in the class of 2021. Elected just last year as Member of Parliament for South Shore, St. Margaret's in Nova Scotia. Rick made national news by defeating one of Justin's cabinet members. Yes! Having defeated Trudeau's fisheries minister, Rick was appointed Conservative shadow minister of Fisheries, Oceans, and the Canadian Coast Guard.
Rick a rencontré son épouse Wendy alors qu'ils travaillaient tous les deux sur la colline parlementaire dans les années 80 pour le gouvernement de Brian Mulroney et a par la suite été cadre supérieur d'entreprise.
So please join us now in welcoming the Member of Parliament for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Shelby Cramp-Nyman.
Et le député de South Shore, St. Margaret, Rick Perkins.
Hey, girl. Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you, Deb and Valerie. Merci. Rick and I are so proud to be here with you this evening to say thank you to Aaron O'Toole for his dedication to our party and his tireless work as our leader. We also want to thank Rebecca, Molly, and Jack for supporting Aaron during his tenure as leader. While politics can be taxing on politicians, we must never forget the sacrifices that our families and loved ones make, allowing us to serve this great country.
As was said in our introduction, Shelby and I are two of the 21 new MPs elected last year under Aaron's leadership. It's been quite a year. No matter how many years we each serve our respective constituents in the House of Commons, it will be hard to forget our first victory and the critical role Aaron as leader played in our first election. Pour nous, le leadership d'Aaron a été une partie importante de nos victoires.
Aaron a consacré une grande partie de sa vie adulte à servir le Canada. D'abord comme membre des forces armées canadiennes pendant 12 ans, puis comme député, il représente sa ville natale de Durham à la Chambre des communes depuis 2012. Aujourd'hui, Aaron travaille toujours aussi fort pour que le Canada soit le meilleur pays possible.
Serving as fellow Sure. Serving as fellow Canadians has always been important to Aaron, as he co-founded, after his military service, the True Patriot Love Foundation, the largest Canadian charity dedicated to serving veterans and military families across Canada. Aaron was able to continue helping veterans when Prime Minister Stephen Harper asked him to serve as Minister of Veterans Affairs and use his network and his experience to turn around the department. Aaron go ahead. Aaron continuait à militer vigoureusement à la Chambre des communes pour des mesures et politiques solides, à la fois pour nos anciens combattants et pour notre défense nationale.
Rick and I would like to thank Aaron, Rebecca, Molly, and Jack for their dedication to our movement. The O'Tooles have shown tremendous passion for the future of this party and the potential of what Canada can aspire to become, both here and abroad.
I echo Shelby's comments and would like to give a special Nova Scotia shout out to my fellow Nova Scotian, Rebecca, for her support through Aaron's public life. And to our adopted Nova Scotian, Aaron, who bravely rescued those in trouble on the sea all over my riding and Nova Scotia during his time in the Air Force. Yours is a life of service to Canada in the military, in Parliament, and as leader of our party. Au nom de notre caucus parti et de tous les Canadiens et toutes les Canadiennes, je vous remercie, Aaron, Rebecca, Molly et Jacques, pour tout.
Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your attention to our screens for a word from Aaron via video.
Thank you, Shelby and Rick, for your kind words. You're both outstanding members of Parliament and great friends. My fellow Conservatives and those Canadians watching tonight, I would like to thank you for your recognition this evening and for the distinct privilege I had being leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition. The sudden passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has hit our family hard, like it has millions around the world. Her service above self is an inspiration to us all, and I hope her family and our friends in the United Kingdom find solace in that. I want to begin by tonight repeating what I said in my final speech as leader. Being elected to represent my community in Parliament and becoming leader of the Conservative Party has been the honor of a lifetime. For a kid from Bowmanville raised to value service, to get the chance to serve his country during a challenging time has been a true blessing. For too short of time, I had the privilege of leading the Party of Confederation, a party of important policies, of relentless progress, and of steadfast principle. A party that throughout our history has helped forge the incredible country we cherish today. I want to thank Canadians from coast to coast to coast for the unique privilege of being invited into their lives. Whether it was thanking veterans for their service in a coffee shop in Doketown, New Brunswick, or learning about compassionate addiction treatment at the Last Door Recovery Centre in New Westminster, BC, or serving meals to the hungry alongside tireless volunteers at a Sikh Gurdwara in Brampton, Ontario. My love for this country has deepened the more I saw its citizens in action. I am inspired by the true patriot love of Canadians who work hard, provide for their family, and help their neighbor. Their quiet confidence is the source of our country's true greatness. C'était pour moi un honneur de diriger le Parti conservateur du Canada et de rencontrer des Canadiens et Canadiennes de partout au pays, de l'Est à l'Ouest, de la pêche sur le fjord de Saguenay et au dire de Infoman que j'avais le meilleur plan. C'était un privilège de rencontrer autant de Québécois et de Canadiens francophones qui me parlaient de leurs inquiétudes. Je tiens à remercier les millions de Canadiens qui ont démontré leur confiance en moi et en notre plan pour le pays. My friends, the Conservative Party needs to be united behind our next leader because our country needs unity more than ever before. The Conservative Party needs to be compassionate because Canadians need to be heard and need to be understood more than ever before. And the Conservative Party needs to be strong, not with the strength to overpower our rivals, but with the strength of character needed to carry those in need or those who are losing faith in our country. Conservatives must put the unity of our country first, because the fabric of our federation has been stretched thin over the last few years. Loss, fear, uncertainty. The pandemic came to our shores 3 years ago as a health crisis, but has transformed into a political crisis. Dislocation and frustrations are eroding trust, weakening our institutions, and harming our democracy. Social media makes it easier than ever before for millions of people to hear you speak, but harder than ever to convince others to listen. A strong, compassionate, and united Conservative Party can ensure that all voices are heard and begin the process of stitching the country back together. Nous avons besoin d'un parti conservateur uni qui donnera la priorité à l'avenir de notre pays. Nous devons guérir les divisions dans ce pays et nous devons avoir l'unité et non la division. Les Canadiens au Québec et partout au pays ont besoin d'une équipe conservatrice forte, professionnelle et unie. So it is up to our party to always put the country first. From every grassroots member of our party to every elected member of Parliament, we must put the unity of Canada first. Because then we can show Canadians that with unity, there is prosperity for the small business owner in Nova Scotia to the oil patch worker in Alberta. With unity, there is dignity for the family who just arrived on our shores or an Indigenous family on the path to reconciliation. With unity, there is also hope for the nurse returning to the hospital front lines or for the recent graduate heading out into the workforce. And we can show Canadians that with unity, there is greatness, from the brave exploits of those in uniform to the unsung heroism of the local food bank volunteer. We are a great country, and we should never be scared to shout that from the rooftops. And to my Conservative friends, remember, where there is unity, there is always victory. So let's show Canadians a united, strong, and compassionate Conservative Party. I wish the next leader fair winds and following seas as they take the helm. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please welcome another LEOC member and a candidate for our party in Manitoba during the last election, and the founding president of the Manitoba chapter of the Association of Black Conservatives, Shola Agboola, for a special announcement. Shola.
Veuillez accueillir notre collègue du comité organisateur de l'élection du chef et ancien candidat au Manitoba lors de la dernière élection, Shola Agboola, pour une annonce spéciale.
Thank you. As a candidate for our great party in Manitoba during the last federal election, under the leadership of Erin O'Toole, and as a founding president of the Manitoba chapter of the Association of Black Conservatives in Canada, I can say without any equivocation, any ambiguity, or any doubt that conservatives need to be, and we must be, united to win the next election. Canadians are looking for us to present a credible, progressive, and good plan for Canada to reach our full potential. They know, Canadians know, that Canada can be, can do, and must be better than this. Together, as united conservatives, we are the credible alternative that this great country needs. And Erin, you've served our country and you've served the party diligently, and you continue to do so. Your passion for our party to excel motivates many, like myself, to get involved and do our part to make this country greater for all. Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, was dedicated to helping others through her various charities, to honor her commitment to charitable causes, and to thank Erin O'Toole and his family for their service and dedication to our party, both before, during, and after Erin's time as a leader. It is my honor to announce tonight that the Conservative Party of Canada will be making a donation in the name of Erin, Rebecca, Molly, and Jack O'Toole to the True Patriot Love Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shola. I think it's fair to say this next speaker has had a lot of work in his 2+ years as president. Rob Batherson, you have a very understanding wife.
Dans les 18 mois en tant que président de notre parti, il a été très occupé. Il a dû naviguer dans une élection générale et une course à la chefferie. C'est un homme que j'admire et que j'aime beaucoup. Veuillez accueillir le président de votre exécutif national, M. Rob Batherson.
Merci, Valérie. Thank you, Deb. Folks, we made it. As we gather as Conservatives tonight, like Canadians from coast to coast to coast, our friends in the United Kingdom, and people around the world, we are here with heavy hearts on the loss of Her Majesty the Queen. Elizabeth II is the only head of state that most Canadians have ever known. We celebrate her commitment to Canada, her lifetime of service, and the example she set for us all. 20 years ago, in her annual Christmas broadcast, Her Majesty said, "Each day is a new beginning. I know that the only way to live my life is to try to do what is right, to take the long view, to give of my best in all that the day brings, and to put my trust in God." One of the Conservative Party's guiding principles is a belief in the constitutional monarchy, the institutions of Parliament, and the democratic process. Tonight, we are doing our part to support Canada's constitutional monarchy, the institutions of Parliament, and the democratic process. As we mourn the passing of Her Majesty the Queen and mark the beginning of a new reign of His Majesty the King, Charles III, we follow the example she set, to live our life, to do what is right, take the long view, and give our best in all that the day brings. En annonçant les résultats de l'élection de notre nouveau ou nouvelle chef, il y a beaucoup de gens de reconnaître ce soir. Nos 5 candidats et leurs équipes de campagne. Mes collègues tous bénévoles de l'exécutif national. Absolument. Mes collègues encore tout bénévoles au comité organisateur de l'élection du chef présidé par Ian Brody. Le personnel au bureau national mené par notre directeur général, mon ami Wayne Benson. Les parlementaires du Parti conservateur, les députés et les sénateurs qui travaillent au nom des Canadiennes et Canadiens. Later in our program, we will say thank you to my friend and a friend to many in our Conservative movement, our outgoing leader, the Honourable Candice Bergen. To the 278,000 plus Canadians who are members of the Conservative Party, thank you for stepping up to participate in Canadian democracy. You have a home in our party. Vous êtes chez vous au Parti conservateur. Absolument, peu importe votre choix. Peu importe votre choix numéro 1 dans cette course à la chefferie, le Parti conservateur a besoin de vous. Votre implication, votre énergie, votre engagement pour un meilleur pays. To every Conservative Party member, get more involved in your party this fall. Get active in your local electoral district association. That's how we build a better party, a party Canadians can count on to build a better country. Friends, that's why the work we do to elect the next Conservative leader matters. One of our guiding principles, spelled out in the Constitution of the modern Conservative Party that Stephen Harper and Peter MacKay forged together in the 2003 merger. Let's thank Prime Minister Harper and Peter MacKay. Absolutely. Part of their legacy is that our Conservative Party is a coalition. Today, our Conservative coalition is larger than it has ever been. But coalition building is not just the work of the Conservative leaders we elect. Coalition building depends on each and every one of us to respect and embrace our differences as Conservatives, to invite people in, not turn them away, to focus on what we agree on, to build a better Canada. Let us resolve to put aside the differences that occur in any leadership race. Let us unite for change, the change that Canada leads. Let us... Each and every one of us, let us support our new leader, a new Conservative leader who tonight will be elected through the largest Democratic vote of any political party in Canadian history. Conservateurs et conservatrices, l'union fait la force. Ensemble, unis, on va gagner. Canada wins, Canadians win, when Conservatives win. Thank you. Merci.
Bravo. Thanks. Bravo. Thank you, Rob. I've known our next speaker for more years than I care to admit to. You know, when I tell people stories about back when I was in office, they think, for goodness sakes, here's a living museum piece talking to us. But I've known this guy for a long time. He's been a presence throughout our party's history, serving as the Conservative Party of Canada's first president of National Council, helping navigate the early years of our united party.
Le sénateur Platt a été nommé au Sénat sur les conseils du très honorable Stephen Harper en août 2009. Il a occupé de nombreux postes, notamment celui de whip de notre caucus sénatorial et de chef de l'opposition au Sénat depuis 2019. Le sénateur Platt et moi avons été collègues au sein du comité organisateur de l'élection du chef de 2020.
To thank the Honourable Candice Bergen for her service, amazing service, isn't it, as interim leader. He's going to thank her and present a video in your honor, Candice. That'll be special. I'll love it. Please welcome her fellow Manitoban, Senator Don Platt. Don.
Well, merci, and thank you, Deb and Valerie. And good evening, fellow Conservatives. Bonsoir, chers amis. Comment ça va? What a great night to be a Conservative, friends. I also want to begin my comments by acknowledging the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Her lifelong service to her country and the Commonwealth will remain a shining example of selfless duty and devotion. And I wish to pass on my sincere condolences to the royal family at this time. The loss of such a long-standing monarch is indeed sad. But tonight, friends, I have the privilege of introducing a very, very good friend of mine and a great friend of the Conservative Party of Canada. The Honourable Candice Bergen and I met for the first time some 20 years ago in 2002, when Candice was working as a volunteer for the Canadian Alliance Party in a by-election in St. Boniface, Manitoba. I, at that time, was a member of the Canadian Alliance National Council. We worked together during that campaign, during that by-election, and quickly became friends for life. It has been a true pleasure for me to deal with Candice and work with Candice in all the roles that she has taken on in our party. From being a volunteer to running for the Conservative Party of Canada in the riding of Portage-Lisgar when that opportunity presented itself in 2008, to being a cabinet minister in a strong Stephen Harper majority government. To then being the opposition House Leader. For 4 years, Candice was the opposition House Leader, both under the leadership of the Honourable Rona Ambrose and then under the leadership of the Honourable Andrew Scheer. Then being the Deputy Leader of our party under the Honourable Erin O'Toole. And for the last 7 months, and Candice doesn't like to be called the interim leader, she likes to be called the leader in the interim. And that is what she has been. I am asked often, and I did this just a while ago when I was speaking to a group of interns in the Senate of Canada building, and I get asked, how can I get involved in politics? Candice is a leading example for all Canadians who are looking to get engaged. She started as a volunteer, and with skills and devotion, she created a remarkable path for herself, one that led to one of the highest positions in our country, the Leader of the Loyal Opposition. Candice has shown her strength and her abilities in each and every role and each and every decision that she has made. She is not only a great speaker, but more importantly, she is a great listener. Someone that has listened to your concerns as well as mine. Someone who has listened to the concerns of the members of the Conservative Party of Canada, to the Conservative caucus, and has acted on them. Candice is a peacemaker, something she comes by honestly, being of Mennonite heritage. Now, I'm also of Mennonite heritage, and I have never quite had the same gifts as a peacemaker as Candice Bergen has had. The Conservative family has benefited greatly from her peacemaking abilities. With everyone here tonight, I wish to take an opportunity to thank her for that. Friends, Candice has achieved in our caucus what had not been achieved in quite some time, and that is complete party unity. A unity that will be passed on to a new leader later on this evening. A unity that will be able to be taken by the new leader as he or she moves our party forward to winning the next election. This is no small feat as you think of leading a Conservative caucus. Conservatives inherently are not followers, they are leaders. And Candice has done a remarkable job of bringing us all together. We have not only become colleagues, Candice, you and I have become lifelong friends. Betty and I look forward to spending more time with you and Mike at the lake, as your place is just down the street from ours. You are a true friend of the Conservative Party of Canada, Candice. It has been an honor to serve in caucus under your leadership. Thank you very much.
Les conservateurs pendant une course au leadership, offrir une opposition forte et unie au gouvernement libéral et être la voix de tous les Canadiens, sans exception. Au nom de tous mes collègues, Monsieur le Président, je peux dire sans me tromper qu'elle a réussi sur toute la ligne.
Candice, you stepped up where the country needed you. When you took over as leader, you inherited a really badly divided caucus.
You've taken a very diverse group of MPs, brought them together, refocused and reunited us to do what we need to do as the official opposition.
Your leadership and dedication in keeping the party united is greatly appreciated.
You were the right person at the right time.
You were successful in uniting us into a high-performing team.
You know how to build good teams, and that's a skill in itself.
When critics said it would be impossible to hold things together, you proved them wrong.
Starting off in the class of 2008 as an MP, to a committee chair, parliamentary secretary, cabinet minister, House leader, deputy leader, culminating in the past few months as our leader of the Conservative Party of Canada.
You've done such a great job in that time.
You've been a pillar of strength for our party these last 6 months.
You did a great job in a trying time.
You did an amazing job.
You did it with such great class.
Well done.
You've proudly represented Manitoba and all of Canada.
You've challenged us to always do what is right and stand for Conservative principles.
In question period, you outmatched the Prime Minister each time he decided to show up for work.
You've given the Prime Minister no days off.
Your character
your common sense,
your compassion while you led us.
Your steady hand, positive attitude, and strong performance have served us well.
Working under your leadership has been the highlight of my career.
Effective leadership is leaving something better than you found it, and that will certainly be your legacy.
It's so nice to have a leader who really appreciates the people who are in the party.
And allowing members to express themselves freely on matters that are important to Canadians.
You have also maintained an approachability that I've personally appreciated when I've come to you and when I've even brought your constituents to you.
If you want to change the world, go home and love your family. And I felt that's what you did with caucus.
Which is precisely why the party and movement are in a better place.
You are not only a leader, an inspiration, and a mentor to our caucus, and especially the women in our caucus, but also to women and girls across the country.
I admire and respect you as a friend, a colleague, and a great Canadian.
I've always said that you are the heart and soul of our party.
Is a testimony of the type of person that you are.
You have so much to be proud of.
You were a steady hand and a principled leader.
You have united our caucus.
You've worked really hard, we really appreciated it, and you made it fun.
But most of all, you never forget who it is you're fighting for. The people here and across Canada.
And you certainly left us in a great position with the new leader coming forward because of all your hard work.
And for that, all of us are thankful for your leadership.
Merci pour tout ton travail comme chef intérimaire.
Merci infiniment, Candice.
For the way that you have served caucus and served our party.
For everything you've done to bring everybody together through very difficult times.
Pour votre leadership pendant cette période de transition, votre résilience, et de nous mener à bon port dans ce choix pour un nouveau leader.
Merci d'abord pour avoir pris la relève en attendant notre futur chef.
Many thanks for your time, your friendly listening.
For being our fearless leader for the last 6 months.
For keeping us united and focused on holding the government to account.
For helping us to move our Conservative movement forward.
For your contribution to forming the next Conservative government.
For staying calm in the face of much adversity.
As we came out of COVID and dealt with all of the issues of an incompetent government.
Very much appreciated the confidence that you had in a rookie year.
You've steadied the ship, and you are certainly a leader for a time such as this.
Nous avons été très chanceux et privilégiés de t'avoir comme chef intérimaire dans cette période qui n'était pas facile pour personne.
Really appreciate what you and Michael have done for us, just carrying us through this bit of a trying time as a party.
Je suis très heureux de travailler avec toi. Tu es une femme extraordinaire.
I'd like to thank you very, very much to helping me to serve all those nice people from my riding.
The membership was proud to say that you're their leader.
Coast to coast to coast, Conservatives all over Canada say thank you as well.
I'm looking forward to work with you this fall in the House of Commons.
I look forward to continuing to serve alongside you as we get back to Parliament this fall.
And after the next election, when we're in government.
And defeat the Trudeau Liberals and bring common sense and good governance back to this country.
And I can't wait for what your next achievements in public life are going to be.
Anyways, thanks so much. It's all good.
All the best to you. Thanks a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, please help me in welcoming our leader, the leader in the interim, the Honourable Candice Bergen.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much. So nice. Wow. Thank you so much. I do want to begin by saying how saddened I am at the passing of our beloved Queen, Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. She served with honor. She really was our Queen. And I have no doubt that her place will be as great as that of Queen Victoria in the story of Canada. May we all, friends, may we all strive to emulate the dignity and the grace that she personified throughout. Michael and I are praying and are thinking of the royal family during this time. Long live the King. Wow. Thank you so much, Dawn, for your incredibly kind and generous words and introduction. My heart is truly filled with gratitude. Dawn, you and I have been very good friends for many years as we've worked together in our party. And like many good conservatives, we did disagree occasionally, but we always respected each other. We've been intensely loyal to our friendship and our cause, and that's what conservatives do. Sharing many laughs, sharing some tears, many dinners, and late night talks. And because of that, Dawn, you and Betty are lifelong friends to Michael and I, and we're very grateful for you. And thank you all. I look across this room and I say thank you all. I know so many of you. It's wonderful to see your faces, to see your smiles, to see so many people that I've seen at conventions and campaigning and throughout the country. So thank you very much for your kindness and your welcome. I know I speak for Michael as well when I say thank you for the appreciation we have felt from all of you, not only this evening, but over the last 7 months. Whether in airports or restaurants, out at the mall or at EDA events, through phone calls and emails and even some social media posts, I'm hearing a strong message that our grassroots conservative memberships, the foundation of our party, you are hopeful and you are excited about the future and you are proud to be conservative. You are proud that we stand for fiscal responsibility, national unity, law and order, and freedom of expression and belief. Freedom. Not liberal light, but conservative. And in addition to that, literally hundreds of thousands of more Canadians have joined our party and are feeling that same optimism and excitement. So, thank you for helping confirm to me and our entire Conservative caucus that we were on the right track by being a strong, consistent Conservative voice in all that we have said and all that we have done. My heart is filled with gratitude as well to my incredible caucus. First of all, my leadership team made up of Luc Berthold, my deputy leader. Merci beaucoup, Luc, pour le bon travail que vous avez fait. Thank you to Blaine Calkins, our whip, John Brassard, our House Leader, as well as MPs Tom Kimmich, Melissa Lantzman, Leanne Rood, and Warren Steinley. You are all extraordinary leaders, and I thank you. And to the rest of our caucus, including senators who work day in and day out in Ottawa and their ridings, and would come to Ottawa every week and bring advice and strategy and passion on how to deal with issues of the day. Thank you to my caucus. Thank you to our caucus chair, Scott Reed, who has done a fantastic job over the last several months. Ladies and gentlemen, our caucus is made up of so many smart, experienced, wise, and compassionate individuals. And if there's one piece of advice I want to give to the new leader, whoever it is, it's this: respect, listen to, and trust our caucus. They will not let you down. Now, you know, every leader leaves a mark, and that pertains also to those who serve as in the interim capacity, leaders in the interim. And I'm thinking of people like Deb Gray. Give Deb a hand. She's doing a great job emceeing tonight. She opened the doors of Stornoway, using it as a working home and starting the wise practice of meeting frequently there with MPs, supporters, and staff to hear and understand more thoroughly what they had to say. One of Deb's marks was openness and outreach. Or the other one I'm thinking about is Rona Ambrose, my dear friend Rona. Rona took over our party after our party suffered a difficult defeat. She brought hope and optimism to our party. With a broad appeal, Rana attracted people to us, and she lifted women like me into positions of leadership, not as tokens, but because of merit. Rana is a builder who lifts people up. And then there was John Reynolds. Now, rumor has it John finally got the decaying kitchen redone at Stornoway. Nobody wanted to take the political hit, but as urban legend has it, he accidentally put his foot through a rotten floorboard at Stornoway, and when he did, he said, "Enough is enough, I'm going to do it." And he left the official opposition residence with some new floors and a sturdy, durable chopping block kitchen counter built to last. John Reynolds left his mark as a steady and experienced leader. And then there was Dr. Grant Hill. Grant was our first interim leader after Stephen Harper and Peter MacKay led us to unification. Grant's mark was the solid, sober professionalism that was so critically required in the early days of a new party. And so to all of my predecessors, all of the leaders of our party, all who have left their mark, both permanent and leaders in the interim, you have our deep and respectful appreciation for the strength and the success of the party that you helped build. So, yes, go ahead, give them all a hand. We all leave a mark, and we want it to be lasting, and we want it to be a good mark. And I hope I've been able to leave my mark as well. I want to be remembered as a leader who helped bring unity and pride to our Conservative Party. I want to be remembered as a leader who helped us move away from identity politics and labeling in our party and towards unity in disagreement. Unity while still holding different views. Unity, not uniformity. So, my friends, my fellow Conservatives, as I leave, I want to once again ask you, please don't allow yourself, whatever kind of Conservative you are, to be broken into groups and labeled. Do not descend into the cauldron of identity politics and division in our own party. Do the opposite. Live, talk, and walk unity, even when you disagree with each other. Actually, especially when you disagree with each other. Unity as Conservatives and unity as Canadians. I love this party. I love this party. It was so interesting, Dawn, as you talked about what I've done and how I started as a volunteer. And, you know, I cannot imagine, I cannot believe that I stand here before you as your leader. It has just been an incredible experience, and I feel so blessed to be able to be here, but to be able to tell young people the opportunity that they have, not just young people, people of all ages, to be able to get involved and make a difference for their country and in their party. So it was with mixed emotions that I announced earlier this week that I will not be seeking re-election. After 14 remarkable years and 5 elections, I've decided it's time to open new doors and pursue other interests and passions. But no matter where I am, my friends, or what I am doing, I will always be a proud Conservative, doing all I can for our leader and our party. And now, speaking of leader, tonight is the night. Tonight is the night we're going to find out who our members have selected to be the next leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. I want to thank each one of the candidates, Jean, Leslyn, Pierre, Roman, and Scott, for putting your names forward and the great work that you and your teams have done. Thank you so much. And friends, that's awesome. I have no doubt we will support our new leader. We will buttress the new team. We will help them, we will prop them up and advise them. We'll give our new leader the chance to flourish and pave the way for a new federal Conservative government. Now, I have served federally for 14 years, and on one hand, it does seem like a long time, but on the other, it really goes by in a flash. I started as a volunteer, and as I said, I'm leaving from this stage as the person in whom was bestowed the trust of leadership. And so I want to say a special thank you to Manitoba, to my constituents, to my home, to the people of Portage-Lisgar. Manitobans are great people. They are resilient, innovative, compassionate, hardworking, and generous. And I want to thank all of those who supported me, not only in the last 7 months, but those who helped bring me to Ottawa in the first place. Over the last several months, a very special thank you goes out to Mr. Wayne Benson, the Executive Director of our party and a fellow Manitoban. Wayne came out of retirement in PEI, and he took on the job of Executive Director at my request during a very difficult time. In fact, it was literally when the Emergencies Act had been called. So in the literal middle of a so-called emergency, Wayne Benson came forward. What a hero he was to me. And with the help of Rob Batherson, Ian Brody, James Dodds, and a host of staff and volunteers, they guided us through this leadership race, and I want to say thank you to each one of you. To my family, my siblings, and especially my children, Lucas, Delaney, and Parker, and your children, thank you for sharing your mom and Grammy, your daughter and sister with the country. And to my husband, Michael, who has been a true partner and companion to me through this entire journey as leader. He has worked with me, he has served, and his love he gave to me, and I could give to you. And I want to thank you so much, my love. And finally, again, thank you to my wonderful caucus, the members of Parliament that are elected across this country to represent as Conservative members of Parliament. It has been the honor of my political life to have been your leader. From the bottom of my heart, thank you to all of you. What a privilege to serve you. I am grateful. I am blessed. God bless all of you. God bless Canada, and God save the King. Merci beaucoup.
Well, when you're a volunteer president, there are good days and days that aren't as good. But I had a great day earlier this week getting to do a little bit of a backroom scheme with Candace's husband, Michael, and my friend, James Dodds, chair of Conservative Fund Canada. And I don't know if the surprise got out. We tried to keep it from you, Candace. But we wanted to thank Candace for her work as our leader in the interim and her 14 years and counting of dedicated service to the people of Portage-Lisgar. So here's our special announcement. On behalf of James Dodds, the chair of the Conservative Fund, our party is proud to make a contribution in the name of the Honourable Candice Bergen to Turning Leaf Support Services. And please go online and find out about this amazing organization. I think one thing that shines through about Candice Bergen is compassion. Turning Leaf Support Services est un organisme de bienfaisance cher à Candice qui offre ses services de crise et de traitement centrés aux personnes vulnérables et marginalisées à faible et à haut risque vivant avec une maladie mentale et des défis intellectuels ainsi que pour le traumatisme, l'itinérance, la pauvreté, la toxicomanie, la discrimination, l'exploitation sexuelle, la société des stigmates, qui ne sont que quelques-uns des obstacles auxquels leurs participants sont confrontés chaque jour. A small token of appreciation for everything Candice Bergen has done for our party, not only since becoming a member of Parliament in 2008, but also for her tireless work since February, keeping everything running smoothly, ready for our next leader. Thank you, Candice, for everything.
Thank you. And one of my favorite Debisms, way to go, girlie. You did a great job. Thank you so much. Thank you, Candice, for everything. Well, we're getting close to the moment that you've actually all been waiting for. We're not offended. We don't really think you came here just to see us. This is sort of like high school graduation. You know, you have to get through all the stuff, and then comes the good part. We're getting close to that moment. Valerie and I have had the honor of serving as members on LEOC. We are now 678,000. It just gets bigger and bigger all the time, the number. We are ready, focused, energized, and we're united to bring Canada back to what it can be and what it should be, and the sooner the better. We're getting ready to tap in to what we're hearing from Canadians. Canadians are telling us we want and we need change, and we tonight here are prepared to give it to Canadians. So now, on with the show. If Ian Brody hasn't done every single possible job in this party, I think he's pretty close. A long-time dedicated Conservative, he served as Prime Minister Harper's first Chief of Staff at the critical start of the Harper government. When asked to serve our party again, Ian didn't hesitate. I have known Ian for a very long time, and when I heard that he was chairing LEOC and I was asked to sit on it, I said, yes, I'll do that, and happily, because Ian was there. So I think we could agree, I hope we could agree, that this is going to be the last leadership race for a long time.
Cette course a établi un record canadien. Plus de 678 000 Canadiens sont présentement membres du Parti conservateur du Canada. Nonobstant le record, c'est beaucoup de gens qui veulent du changement. Et chaque membre, provenant de tous les horizons, apporte sa propre histoire, ses propres idéaux et finalement sa propre expérience et son énergie à notre parti. Nous avons la chance d'accueillir des personnes qui n'ont jamais acheté une carte de membre d'un parti politique auparavant. Chaque personne injecte une nouvelle énergie dans notre cause. Il y avait beaucoup d'intérêt de la part des membres à travers le Canada pour siéger au sein du COEC. Les personnes appelées à servir représentaient chaque région de notre pays et reflétaient la composition de notre parti et de nos membres. J'étais fière de représenter le Québec en tant que vice-président du COEC et de travailler avec le président Ian Brody et mes collègues. Veuillez accueillir le président du COEC, M. Ian Brody.
Merci.
Dear friends, the membership of our Leadership Election Organizing Committee was a broad representation of our country and the membership of our party from coast to coast to coast. And I'd like to recognize that every member who served on our Leadership Committee did so as a volunteer. Every member that I served with committed untold hours to the task at hand, taking time away from their families, from their professional commitments, and from the rest of their lives to make sure that we had a fair leadership election. The process and everything that involved the running of this leadership contest took place in consultation with the campaigns. Everything that went on regarding the validation of ballots, the tabulation of ballots, and later on the counting of the results took place in the presence of scrutineers from each of the campaigns under the watchful eye of our Chief Returning Officer and his Deputy Chief Returning Officers and from the personnel on loan from the party. Nous devons remercier les personnels du parti pour les longues heures et le dévouement. Nous tenons à leur exprimer notre gratitude, ainsi qu'à leurs familles, pour tout ce qui a permis de rendre ce processus aussi fluide pour tout le monde. Thank you to the party staff, the party volunteers who helped get us to this point this evening. It was our remarkable range of candidates, and there are thousands of organizers and volunteers from coast to coast that recruited all of these new members to our party. Each candidate and their teams and their experienced volunteers brought ideas to recruit Canadians. The party staff processed the hundreds of thousands, 500,000 new memberships added to our party. We got more than 670,000 ballots out to our members. We got them all back to be counted, and it all went as smoothly as possible. I want to thank the candidates and their teams for their hard work. I hope every candidate and every volunteer is proud of the work they did during this race. I would also like to thank National Council for the confidence that they showed in our committee and our team, and along with that, our thanks to Candice Bergen for her extraordinary support and her personal friendship to me. I would be remiss if I did not thank my predecessors as LEOC co-chairs of the past, Dan Nolan and Lisa Raitt, for their extraordinary work and for the inheritance of the expertise and track record that we got when we got our flying start. Thankfully, together, we met the challenge of a record-breaking membership along with the trust of our members. At this time, I'd like to invite my fellow volunteer, Don Nightingale, our Chief Returning Officer and a Director of the Conservative Fund Canada, and my dear friend Wayne Benson, the Executive Director of the party, to come forward and review some of the relevant rules and outline the role of Deloitte. Don and Wayne are both former three-term national councillors of our party, and like me, somehow when the call comes, they just know how to say no. I can testify that they are both extraordinarily loyal and committed members of our party. They put in tireless hours to deliver this race, and I am personally thankful that they did agree to serve when they were asked. Don and Wayne, please.
Thank you. Thank you.
Try not to be nervous. I remember well that evening in February when I answered the phone. Hi, Wayne, it's Candace. I need you to come to Ottawa as executive director of the party. This was not how I planned to spend the next 7 months of my retirement. I inherited a staff at headquarters that, for the most part, had been working from home for the better part of the previous 2 years. Personally, I had a very steep learning curve ahead of me. However, I will say this: without the commitment, dedication, and unwavering support of our staff, we would not be where we are today. Staff stepped up each and every day, faced the challenges that come with any leadership contest with determination and resiliency, and got the job done as they had already done twice before. But let's not forget, this time our membership tripled in size, and every task along the way, yes, Every task along the way was similarly magnified. Every single member of our party needs to know how valuable our staff is and was to this undertaking. I am fortunate and honored to have become part of their team. I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart. We could not have done it without each and every one of you.
Thank you, Wayne. When you asked me to serve on your team as the Chief Returning Officer, I said to myself, this is going to be really interesting, but I had no idea how interesting it turned out to be. I didn't foresee, and I don't think any of us foresaw, the unprecedented interest of Canadians in this leadership race and the historic numbers. My microphone not working? Let me go here. And the historic membership numbers in the Conservative Party.
Oh, you're right, Don. It's been quite a ride. And I want to add to that, despite the many challenges we faced over the past 7 months, it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you and Ian on this leadership race. I think we were a really good team.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that, Wayne. It was a real pleasure. I'd like to say a few words, ladies and gentlemen, about my duties as Chief Returning Officer. The duties of the Chief Returning Officer in this leadership race are primarily to monitor the process, to ensure compliance with our Constitution and with the rules and procedures determined by the Leadership Election Organizing Committee. And I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone of a couple of the more important rules in this race. First, our Constitution requires that this race will be conducted on a one-member, one-vote point system. Well, what does that mean? It means that each of the 338 ridings in Canada are allocated 100 points. The Constitution, however, states that only ridings that have achieved a minimum of 100 valid votes cast will receive the full complement of 100 points. Leadership candidates are allocated points based on the percentage of votes they receive in each riding. 30% of the votes means 30 points. To win, a leadership candidate must attain a majority of points from across the country. If no candidate receives a majority of points on the first ballot, we will hold a second ballot. This is what is called a single transferable ballot. On the second ballot, the candidate receiving the fewest points is dropped, and that candidate's points are reallocated to the second preference, with the vote totals, or the point totals rather, being recalculated for all the candidates. This process is repeated until one candidate receives a majority of points and is declared the winner.
I would like to add that the point totals at the close of voting are verified by Dawn as CRO and independently by Deloitte LLP. The results are then reported to Ian, Chair of LEOC, and Ian will then announce the results here at this podium. One excerpt from our Constitution in part states, National Council or the Leadership Election Organizing Committee will engage an independent third party to count the ballots in the votes specified. LEOC, pursuant to their rules, appointed Deloitte to monitor and verify the leadership election process and result. And then Deloitte LLP was retained by Conservative Fund Canada, the Leadership Election Organizing Committee, and the Chief Returning Officer to act as an independent advisor and observer for the 2022 leadership election. Conservative Fund Canada will be and was solely responsible for the provision of oversight and staff for carrying out activities adhering to all applicable election rules, including the credentials rules and counting rules.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. Ian and I and Wayne are going to walk over to the results room and obtain the vote results for round one. Assuming everything goes according to plan, we will be back here on stage in 10 to 15 minutes with the results. They have not been calculated yet. They're ready to press the button on the computer and give us the results. So don't go away.
This is Andrew Lawton in the studio. You are tuned in live for the, I was going to say Conservative Party of Canada Leadership Results Show. I don't even know if that's what it is. I think it's actually the Canadian reboot, Canadian content, Bill C-11 and all that, of Schoolhouse Rock. So we were actually just learning how a bill becomes a law. And as one person on Twitter commented, I think it's actually really unfortunate. They missed an opportunity to tell us the exact weight of paper that was used for the ballots. It was trees that came from the Gaspé Peninsula, which were sown down on not November 14th, not November 16th, but November 15th. And they cut the trees at a 45-degree... Wait, no, here we are. I'm told that the leadership results are actually coming in 10 to 15 minutes, because one of the great things is when you're planning a reveal for results, you don't actually bring the votes out with you. You go out, you give a lengthy speech, and then you go off stage and get the results and come back 10 or 15 minutes later. This is actually, if they did that at the Oscars, we'd still right now be waiting for them to come back with the fact that The Sound of Music won in like 1967 or whatever it was. So at some point we are going to get results. Last time they delayed it till 3 a.m. because they didn't know. This time they're just, I think, toying with us. I'm joined in the studio by Sue-Ann Levy and Harrison Faulkner. In Ottawa, we have my colleague Elie Cantin-Nantel and also my colleague Jasmine Moulton. Let's start with you, Sue-Ann. I know you've been paying attention pretty closely to what's been happening here. Some of it was just that sort of usual, very circular stuff. And then they got to thanking O'Toole, thanking Candice Bergen. But is this party instilling confidence in you right now?
Not with the beginning, no. I mean, we're talking about getting rid of woke politics, and we've got the land affirmation and
they had two land acknowledgements,
and then the gentleman it was a really nice color and it was a nice suit. I guess the Indigenous man in the suit who came up, and it's just, why did they have to pander to political correctness? All the stuff about the Queen and giving tributes to the Queen, they would have been better off spending some time actually showing pictures of the Queen in Canada. I would have even given them one or two, because I did cover 2 Queen's tours during my time at Post Media. So, but that would have been more appropriate, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were 2 things that jumped out early on. Number one was there was the one land acknowledgement, which used the word unceded, which is actually not an insignificant term for the Conservatives to adopt, because it's like, okay, if you've unceded it, then get off. Why were you paying the Shaw Centre for use of the venue? Why weren't you paying the Algonquin community? And then the other part of it was using, and I get it's official, but using the new lyrics, the gender-neutral lyrics to O Canada. Like, anytime I've ever been at a conservative-leaning event since Justin Trudeau's government changed the O Canada lyrics, the loudest line is always "In all thy son's command," because as like a point of pride, whereas they did like in All of Us command, which is like, I get it, it's official, but you know, as conservatives, you should hold on to it. But again, I mean, none of that is really coming from whomever the next leader is. It's just coming from the party administration. But I think if I'm reading too much into it, let me know. But I think it's indicative of that default position of let's try to be as inoffensive as possible. Let's try not to make the CBC pundits be mean to us. But none of it is going to do anything.
No, there's no point to any of it, Andrew. And I think it started off really bad, and then it just got worse and worse. And people
that bourbon bottle was full when we started.
Yes,
so if
exactly.
you can see that, the maker, like that was full, and now it's down to like 2/3.
This was supposed to be kept, Andrew, in the event that the Conservative Party does what they usually do, which is keep us for hours waiting. It turns out that we broke into right at the beginning.
If the chief returning officer comes back, it's going to be down to about a third in the next 10 minutes. So. But carry on.
I can't actually believe that they have the results ready. I'm shocked to say it. I think that I thought this was going to be another late night. They were going to have delays again, but I mean, where do you begin with that shocker of a start, really? The fact that, Andrew, you were talking about the unceded territory land acknowledgement, that is a step above the land acknowledgement. It's an incredible thing for them to say. The fact that they did the woke lyrics in O Canada shows you, I think, just where this party really is. You can read the comments on our stream, you can look at Twitter. People are fuming about this. This is just it exposes the Conservative Party, and I think really it exposes people who are working on the inside of that party, not the candidates running, not the MPs, but those that work behind the scenes. As you said, I don't even know if it's really, they don't want to offend anyone. I don't know where this is coming from, but this is liberal woke content being put right into this. So it's just incredible to me. I can't believe they did it.
We'll get back to you in a second. I just want to give a note here that someone earlier put some numbers out as for where people are viewing this election night show, and True North is actually beating most of the legacy media pages. So I just want to thank, there are over like 5,000 of you on YouTube, plus many more on Facebook that are watching. So thank you. And let me just say to all of you here, I mean, we're in a studio here, which we've rented out specifically for this because we wanted to look our best, which normally is not the intention when you put me on camera, but nevertheless. And also we have a team in Ottawa, and we're going to be covering, more importantly, conservative politics, and that includes the broader conservative movement, PPC, alternative parties, the UCP leadership race in this country, but we cannot do it without your support. So please, please, please head on over to donate.tnc.news and give a contribution. And for every $10 you donate, we will like cut out of the returning officer speaking just like 1 minute early. So that's not a real promise, but you know what? You can dream and you can hope. So that's the pledge I make to you. And apparently they've closed the bar at the event. So this maker's mark is actually a valuable commodity now in this. But Sue-Ann, just pick up on what Harrison was talking about here. I mean, you have on one hand a new leader that's going to come in and set the tone for what the party is supposed to be about. But you have all of the people that were trying to do that wokey woke stuff here that are still a part of that party. So how does a new leader, whether it's Pierre Poilievre or through some strange occurrence, someone else in the race, how do they come in and clean house?
Clean house. Just put your own people in and be determined about it. I mean, if I can criticize Doug Ford for one huge thing, is that he came in as premier in Ontario, made all kinds of promises, and did not clean house. And the reason we have so many problems in education in Ontario, and we have the woke politics, the trans ideology, the critical race theory problems, is because he didn't clean house in the education ministry. You've got all the old Kathleen Wynne guard. So, I mean, that is imperative. I mean, it shows to me all this wokey stuff. Although I did like the color of that man's suit. It was a really nice yellow.
No one's objecting to the Algonquin man was fine. And I actually think, just on that note, I want to say something here, because I think Indigenous issues in Canada are very important. And I think the failure of Liberal governments to deal with them has left a huge opening for Indigenous people. And I think for Conservatives to reach out to them. And I think we saw in the course of the convoy, this in particular, when you had Indigenous communities there, which had a lower than average vaccination rate and were thus disproportionately affected by vaccine mandates, that were saying, yeah, we support freedom. We want to be a part of this movement. So the issue is not within, I think Indigenous participation is huge. And I want to make very clear, I think it's the pandering. of it. It's that conservative, no one in that room believes that that is not Canadian territory, which is the premise behind this is the unceded language and land acknowledgement. So why are they pretending?
Yeah, and I mean, this has gone on for quite some time. I mean, when I was at City Hall for years, they did land acknowledgements at Toronto City Hall. And, you know, it's just so hypocritical, because I always say to people when they talk about, I live in the occupied territory of Ottawa or whatever, or Turtle Island, I say, well, if you're so concerned, give up your home, give up your business, give up your office, and move. And let a nice Indigenous person, even the man in the nice suit, come and live in your domicile. But it's just all tokenism, and that's what troubles me. Really troubles me.
I liked this video that Poilievre put out during the campaign. It was right near the top of the campaign when he was meeting with Indigenous leaders, and he made the point to talk about it's all the woke stuff is not going to actually better the lives of any Canadian. Yeah. In particular, the Indigenous Canadians who, there is work to be done. There is real government. There's real government work that needs to be done, and it doesn't involve pandering. It involves giving them the power to unlock their potential and giving them the skills to do that. And
how about clean water?
Well, exactly.
Let's start with clean water.
The government has failed to finish the job on that, and really there needs to be talk about that. And I want to make one point again about just the whole show from the Conservative Party. I think they had time to adjust their presentation due to the Queen's passing, and I think that what they decided to do has not been good. It's not shown any respect, I believe.
Well, in fairness, this might have been bad before. It might have had a terrible program a week ago.
The saxophone, God Save the King.
Yeah,
that's just not appropriate, in my opinion. The kind of the joking around almost that the MCs were doing, I just felt like it missed the mark. It didn't hit the right tone to me. And I think that the Conservative Party generally can do a lot better. And if you just look on social media, everyone was letting them have it.
And if you notice, they were all in black suits, morning suits. Mm-hmm. They were all dressed in black. Mm-hmm. The party president, everybody who came up to the podium.
Well, and that's the convention. I mean, that is the protocol for members of Parliament in the period of mourning. But it raises, I think, the issue Candice Malcolm raised earlier of why are they having this week? I mean, we're not talking about, this is big. I mean, this is a once in a generation, actually a once in a 3 generation event. So I think if we are in a state of mourning, why are we doing this? Where you can tell they're all really having trouble finding that balance between celebration and future and this period of statutory mourning.
They could have really trimmed this whole thing down. I think they could have hit the right tone. I don't believe that we should necessarily have put this on pause. This is a huge moment for our country. We need to know who the new leader of the opposition is and who could be our next prime minister. But they did not need to do all of the talking about the party and winning and all that kind of that useless dialogue that just fills time. They could have really just trimmed the whole thing down and hit the right tone. I think the Queen would have wanted us to go on and to go on with this process.
I didn't know Her Majesty, but I don't think the Queen wanted to hear more about the balloting process and how they're counting points.
No one wants to hear any of that.
Actually, I want to know what's happening with her corgis. That's the big question.
I just think we could have just trimmed this down.
Yeah, they could have done a better tribute to the Queen, I think. They had a few days. Mm-hmm. How many people are working on this?
Yeah, and I guess it's tough. And you don't want a Monday morning quarterback, so we can Saturday night quarterback instead, which is even better. We can do it in real time. Obviously, the tribute that they did was not really, I mean, they had some graphics. They've all tried to make acknowledgments of it. They're dressed the way they're supposed to. But they're again, it's tough because I don't think, let's assume it's Pierre Poilievre or Jean Scheer, or it doesn't matter. I don't think they wanted to give up their opportunity for the big giant speech. I mean, I mentioned earlier in joking that the report from David Aiken that they scrapped an $8,000 confetti display, which maybe that's the going rate for confetti. I don't know. But, that's actually not an insignificant thing because when you elect a leader, you're trying to do this big, grand celebration. Like just look at a Republican convention or a Democratic convention. So actually taking that away from the next leader is quite a significant thing. But I would also say, if we're talking about planning here, this is a news cycle that is automatically shared with the Queen's passing, and then the Queen's funeral, and then, you know, discussion about the coronation for Charles III whenever that's scheduled. So, like, it does disadvantage the next leader, I think.
Well, I think we'll see to some degree. I'm sure it will, but I just believe that they'd all have to do this, no matter what party it is. They'd all have to juggle this thing that they did not predict and handle it well. I don't believe that, you know, some sort of saxophone rendition of "God Save the King" and any of that was just right. I think everyone will agree on that it wasn't done right, and I think it was poorly planned, and they shouldn't have postponed it, in my opinion. I'm glad they maintained it and kept it going on this day. But again, it was not easy. It was not hard, I think, to do it right. And they managed to inject all this woke garbage into this and still get it wrong, and still get, in my opinion, the memorialization of the Queen wrong, and that's a shame.
If you're just tuning in, we are broadcasting live the Conservative Leadership Results Show, which the party started at 6 o'clock. They were supposed to have a result in by about 7:30. It's now 7:52 Eastern Daylight Time, and there is no result. It's supposed to be forthcoming in the next 5 to 6 minutes or so. At last we heard it would be coming in 10 to 15 minutes, assuming nothing had gone wrong. Now, I've talked to a couple of people that are involved in the party process, and they say that a lot of this is just theatrical, that the result is already in. It's pretty clear. We've had other media reports that have actually gone to what the expected result is, and I haven't heard any of this firsthand, so I'm not going to share any of it, but again, we're told that a result is coming very quickly. We have a team in Ottawa. We have a team here in the studio. We're going to have post-show analysis, and we are going to have the leader's first speech as leader, which will be coming shortly after the results. So do keep tuned to this live stream. You know, you were looking earlier, Harrison, out for wacky media takes, and I'm wondering I know the result's not in yet, but have you found any yet?
So I did see some things. Nothing serious. No blow-ups have happened. No meltdowns yet. Although I'm sure that they will come. Yes, absolutely. There really hasn't been too much going on. I haven't been tuning into the CBC. I haven't been listening to what they have to say. There's been some chatter about some people talking about how just the CBC getting Pierre's messaging wrong and saying that he's been appealing to men who are living in their parents' basement who can't talk to girls. I saw that. That was apparently something Althea Raj said on CBC, but I haven't been watching. That's just a tweet I saw. Now, again, I think it's just going to be the meltdown will be after the results, and that's for sure going to come. I think we're all just waiting. That
comment you mentioned, though, I think is a significant one because it shows that the media doesn't understand Poilievre's appeal in the same way that they didn't understand the convoy, and they didn't want to understand these people. And like I remember when last week, I think it was, and Pierre Poilievre met with a baker in Nanaimo, BC, who made Nanaimo bars, and she was talking about how inflation was so bad, the cost of flour had gone up. And Tasha Kiridan, who I get along with very well, very nice woman, she's the co-chair of Scheer's campaign, tweets out, "Oh, well, there's no flour in Nanaimo bars," as though this whole thing is fake. And Harrison, you and I talked about this on Fake News Friday, and the baker herself actually emailed me after that show and said, "Yeah, you were right. I was talking about in general the cost of ingredients. I use flour and everything else, but like." A lot of people are very disconnected from the fact that people are struggling right now, and Pierre Poilievre is speaking to those people.
That's exactly what I was saying about the I guess it was a video that went on Twitter and Facebook on social media, which he was sitting in a restaurant having breakfast, doing an imaginary chat with Justin Trudeau, and talking about the price of eggs, the price of toast, the price of coffee, how everything's going up. And I don't know about you two, but I've certainly noticed when I go shopping how much more expensive everything is. And people are suffering. And, Andrew and Harrison, it's no different than, I hate to mention Trump's name again, but it's no different than what happened in the States, where everybody totally underestimated his appeal, totally misread the tea leaves. And, here we hear in Canada people talking about, I think it was the Star, talking about those who support Pierre Poilievre are deplorables. Does that not sound like Hillary Clinton and deplorable? So I guess I'm a deplorable if I support, somebody who's connected with the people.
Political staffers and the CBC and legacy media are out of touch with Canadians. I mean, what a shock there, right? Of course, they have no real grasp, in my opinion, to what's really going on. And we saw all that frustration come from the Freedom Convoy. Yeah. Pierre Poilievre seized that moment and was able to capture the feeling of Canadians. And what a surprise! He's actually grown the party and converted people who are not conservatives into the conservative movement, because he's just the only person who's actually reaching out and saying, I understand you're going through this. And that's coming from an MP who's been in Ottawa since 2004, an Ottawa-based MP. Pierre Poilievre is certainly not struggling right now financially, not suffering a lot of the problems that his supporters are. But at least he's able to recognize that. He doesn't look down on them. He speaks to their issues, and obviously that resonates with people. Obviously they respect that. It's not really rocket science.
He hears their pain, and he takes it in, and he understands it, or someone like him, as opposed to our current Prime Minister, who in some ways mocks people's pain, and mocks, and makes up this narrative about the Freedom Convoy. Nobody would know that better than you, Andrew. I mean, the narrative that was made up about these people.
Yeah.
When in fact, one of my close friends who, you wrote about in your book and I interviewed, Ben Dichter, was one of the organizers, but they're all supposed to be white supremacists and Nazis, and he's a Jewish man.
I have a quote, the actual quote that I was mentioning from Althea Raj on CBC News, talking about Poilievre. This is the quote. Poilievre's talking to young people who don't have a home, who live in their parents' basements and are having trouble bringing girls home. That was said on the CBC, and now
she's describing the Jordan Peterson demographic. But there's a value in speaking to those. First off, it's not an accurate representation, but there's a value in speaking to people that are otherwise excluded from society.
Of course, but it just shows you the tone that the CBC takes when talking about Canadians that fund them, that Canadians that actually unwillingly end up funding this journalism, which has been used pretty much against a significant number of people who consider themselves to be conservatives. This constant talking down, this constant looking down at Canadians who are not up to their level or don't agree with what they think. It's really, really gross for them to be talking like that.
It's elitist speak. I mean, what about Rachel Gilmore, Miss TikTok global star, who went on and on and on about Pierre Poilievre inadvertently posing with a Diagonian, forgive me if I'm not pronouncing it right, but you know, and how terrible that was. I mean, he happened to show up at an event and maybe try to hijack Pierre Poilievre. We don't really know the circumstances.
Well, yeah, I mean, he did say he did it on purpose to get the media's attention. It just goes to show you, really, that I said this at the beginning of the show, that the media and the left in this country have nothing to offer against Pierre Poilievre other than to use the media and to use headlines and opinion articles to paint Poilievre as someone he's not, and that's all they got. So of course they're going to go to the deepest depths to do this, and it's backfiring, and I think it's going to backfire on them significantly in just a few minutes.
We are about to see, I say about, I mean, I'm optimistic here, if the party's prediction is still correct. If you see me staring down at my computer, it's because I'm desperately looking for any signs of life on the Conservative leadership stage. Legitimately, when some of the procedural stuff was going on earlier, it made me long for the dulcet tones of Tom Clark's sad trombone, because I felt that would actually be better than a lot of what we were getting. But now we have radio silence, dead air, which is still actually more interesting than what we were having earlier on. I think the dead air actually should do the leadership results. They were a lot more interesting. But we are going to have in any moment now, we hope, the official result in the Conservative leadership race. And just to give you a very brief primer, and I'll try to do it more interestingly than the party did, there are 5 candidates. It's a point system. Each riding, regardless of the number of members, has 100 points, and it's a single transferable vote. No, see, now I'm sounding boring again. So basically, you need 50% of the points on the first ballot to win. Otherwise, they invoke the ranking system, and we see how that goes. So that's going to be the real question here, how decisive this is, because Candice Bergen was talking about unity. Aaron O'Toole was talking about unity. This has been a fairly divisive race at a number of occasions. You had Jean Charest convoy, saying that Pierre Poilievre's support for the convoy was disqualifying. You had a lot of nastiness between Patrick Brown and Pierre Poilievre. Even Leslyn Lewis and Roman Baber and Poilievre, they were really bickering about who was a better supporter of the convoy and who supported it first. I mean, not huge stuff, but still significant. Scott Aitchison, he's actually tried to rise above and say, you know, he was like Mr. Congeniality, like the why can't we all get along candidate. Is unity possible?
Well, that all depends on the leader, doesn't it? Really. It depends on whether the leader can pull everybody together. And I think if I think
I'm told, sorry to cut you off there, we go back to Ian Brody live on stage at the Conservative Leadership Results Show.
It's my great privilege to announce the results. Nous avons un nouveau chef. We have a new leader, the next Prime Minister of Canada, la prochaine Premier Ministre de Canada, the Honourable Pierre Poilievre and Anna Poilievre.
Well, as you just heard it there, Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, with a whopping 68% of the points on the very first ballot. I mean, we were talking a few moments ago about unity. 68%. Like, that is as decisive a victory as you can get. Not just a first ballot win, better than Harper had in 2003. 68%. Are you surprised by how large that margin is, Harrison?
I'm not surprised. I think we all knew it was going to come. We all knew that he was going to win, but that is a big number. So I mean, we all knew this was coming, right? But nonetheless, huge night, big victory for Poilievre, and the work really begins now. The work begins for Conservatives to hold his feet to the fire. Don't let him bounce. Don't let him fall back.
you talked about unity. With such a decisive victory, I think that, you know, the party better pull its act together.
Right.
And it's up to him, but I think the party needs to pull its act together.
You can see there Pierre Poilievre taking the stage with his wife Anna, shaking Ian Brody's hand, Rob Batherson hand, Conservative Executive Director Wayne Benson. We now go to Pierre Poilievre's acceptance speech. Beautiful kiss with his wife Anna there, live from Ottawa, the new leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, with again 68% of the points in this race. 68%, that is huge. Specifically 68.15%, 22,993 points. And here is Pierre Poilievre and his, well, here's his wife, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I begin, thank you very much. Before I begin introducing my husband, allow me to express my sadness at the passing of our queen. May she rest in peace. Long live the king. My husband and I, thank you. My husband and I share the same values, although our background is a little different. Mon mari et moi, nous partageons les mêmes valeurs, malgré que notre parcours est un peu différent. I was born in Caracas, Venezuela, and my family immigrated to Canada in 1995, in a working-class neighborhood in the east end of Montreal, Hochelaga-Maisonneuve, puis Pointe-aux-Trembles. Je suis née à Caracas, Venezuela, et ma famille a migré ici en 1995 à Montréal, dans le quartier d'Hochelaga-Maisonneuve et puis Pointe-aux-Trembles. En tant que mujer latina, es un placer y un orgullo de poder ser una voz fuerte para el pueblo latino y para muchos inmigrantes. My father, he went from wearing business suits and managing a bank to jumping on the back of a pickup truck to collect fruits and vegetables because that's what he had to do to feed his family. Mon père est passé de porter des complets et à gérer une banque à monter à l'arrière d'une camionnette avec des vêtements usagés afin de ramasser des fruits et des légumes dans les champs, car c'est ce qu'il devait faire pour nourrir notre famille. The Galindo family, present here tonight, taught us hard work and that there is no greater dignity than to provide for your own family. La famille Galindo, présente ici ce soir, nous a enseigné qu'il faut travailler fort et qu'il n'y a pas plus grande dignité que de subvenir aux besoins de votre famille. Years later, here we are. My father is a small business owner, and my siblings went all from their humble beginnings, including me working at McDonald's, to being a renovator, a registered practical nurse, a proud member of the Canadian Air Forces, and here I am, la petite fille de Pointe-aux-Trembles, standing in front of you and by my husband's side. Dios mío, ¿quién se lo hubiera imaginado? Mon Dieu, qui aurait imaginé ça? My husband's story is a little different. He was born in Calgary to a teenage mother who had just lost her own mother. She gave Pierre for adoption to two wonderful school teachers from Saskatchewan. And again, they're all present here tonight. L'histoire de mon mari est un peu différente. Il est né à Calgary d'une mère adolescente qui venait tout juste de perdre sa propre mère. Elle a donné Pierre en adoption à deux merveilleux professeurs d'école élémentaire provenant de la Saskatchewan et ils sont présents ici ce soir. So, we both grew up the same way. Our families living paycheck to paycheck, knowing that filling your tank of gas, it is not a luxury, but a way of transportation to go to work and to bring your children to school. Donc, nous avons grandi très similairement, nos familles vivant toujours en attendant le prochain chèque de paie, en sachant que faire le plein d'essence n'est pas un luxe, mais un moyen de transport pour aller travailler ou amener vos enfants à l'école. So, ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, a principled man, a good son, a wonderful father, and a loving husband. This is the new leader of the Conservative Party of Canada et votre prochain Premier ministre, my husband, Pierre Poilievre.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Thank you. Merci, Anaïda. Je t'aime.
I begin on behalf of everyone here, expressing my sorrow at the passing of our beloved Queen. Two tiny words, the Queen. Yet on every continent, those two words conjure up more than a picture. They also express an idea, the idea of decency and duty. Elizabeth II, though she might have recoiled at the thought, was the world's most famous woman. Yet she was our queen, our sovereign, for almost half of our nation's existence. In her 22 visits here, yes indeed, in her 22 visits here and her dealings with 13 prime ministers, she exhibited the virtues we most cherish: dignity, civility, humility, candor, and above all else, service. That's why her death, though not unexpected, is nonetheless shocking. We felt we knew her. We felt that her strengths were ours, the strengths of a country which by good fortune and God's grace we call home. And that, perhaps, is why I feel a small catch in my throat when I utter the words that no leader has stated in this country for over 7 decades: God save the King. Tonight begins the journey to replace an old government that costs you more and delivers you less with a new government that puts you first, your paycheck, your retirement, your home, your country. By tackling liberal inflation, we'll put you back in control of your life and your money. Le travail commence ce soir pour remplacer ce vieux gouvernement qui vous coûte plus cher et qui vous apporte moins avec un nouveau gouvernement qui vous place en premier votre chèque de paie, votre retraite, votre maison, votre pays. En nous attaquant à l'inflation, nous vous redonnerons le contrôle de votre argent et de votre vie. And it is about you. This is not my victory, it is yours, and I have so many people to thank. Merci à ceux et celles qui m'ont soutenu et qui se sont portés volontaires pour cette victoire. Merci aux autres candidats d'avoir renouvelé notre parti. Thank you to Scott Aitchison for running on identifying and lowering taxes. Thank you very much, Scott. Thank you to Roman Baber for standing up for and making sacrifices for freedom for everybody. And thank you to his wonderful partner, Nancy, for championing children with autism. Thank you. Thank you to Leslyn Lewis for standing for family, faith, and freedom. And to her husband, John, for supporting her along the way. Yes. And thank you. And thank you to Jean Charest for your service to our country. And for ensuring that we still have a country that is united in which we can call ourselves home. Thank you for fighting for Canada, Jean, when the nation's back was against the wall in the 1995 referendum. You stood with courage and passion. You defended our country, and our nation will ever be grateful for your work. Thank you. Absolutely. Ça fait à peu près 40 ans que Jean est en politique, au niveau provincial et fédéral. Et c'est dur. Mais souvent, les vrais héros, ce n'est pas les candidats, c'est leur famille. And that's why I recognize Michelle. For those 4 decades, there have been countless occasions when her husband was fighting causes on behalf of all of us, when you had to carry the extra load and take the extra sacrifice, countless invisible sacrifices. And we as a nation, we as a party, we thank you, Michelle. Merci beaucoup. To supporters of all of these fine candidates, I open my arms to you. Now, today, we are one party serving one country. Most importantly, thank you to my brilliant and beautiful wife. Merci à ma belle et brillante épouse. Pour avoir été mon ancre, mon pilier, tout au long de cette folle aventure. Tu as rendu cela possible. Tu es ma meilleure amie et l'amour de ma vie. Ah, oui. À la famille d'Anaïda qui a pris soin de nos enfants lorsque nous étions sur la route. Vous avez rendu cela possible. Muchas gracias a la familia de mi esposa y por su contribución a Canadá. So that's all the Spanish I speak. If you ever come over to our house for one of our grand family gatherings, it's usually 20 Latinos and Latinas arguing, telling jokes, telling stories in Spanish, and one guy standing around having no idea what anyone else is saying. My wife's family not only raised this incredible woman, but they came to this country from Venezuela with almost nothing. And they have since started businesses, raised kids, served in the military, and like so many immigrant families, built our country. And I want to thank, yes. I want to thank my brother Patrick, my father Don, his partner Ross, my mother Marlene, and even my biological mother Jackie is here today. Yes. We're a complicated and mixed up bunch, like most families, like our country. I want to thank my parents, though. In particular, I want to thank my parents, 2 school teachers who adopted me from a teenage mother. They taught me that it didn't matter where I came from, but where I was going. It didn't matter who I knew, but what I could do. That is the hope I want my kids to inherit. But that hope has melted into worry for many. Today, people feel like they've lost control of their pocketbooks and their lives. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. This government, this Liberal government, has doubled our national debt, adding more debt than all previous governments combined. That means another $500 billion bidding up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest we pay. Inflationary taxes increase those costs further. Now, they plan to triple the carbon tax on gas, heat, and everything else. Le coût du gouvernement augmente le coût de la vie. Ce gouvernement a ajouté à notre dette nationale plus que tous les autres gouvernements dans l'histoire de notre pays. Ça veut dire 500 milliards de dollars qui ajoutent à l'inflation et aux augmentations des taux d'intérêt. C'est le gouvernement le plus cher dans notre histoire. It is the most expensive government in history. And the more they spend, the more things cost. The result? Families downgrade their diets to cover the 10% year-over-year jump in food prices. Seniors delay their retirements and watch their life savings evaporate with inflation. 30-year-olds who did everything we asked them to do, got degrees, worked hard, are trapped in 400-square-foot apartments, or worse, their parents' basements, because house prices have doubled under this government. And those who do own homes are paying more interest on their mortgages, even though this government promised interest rates would not rise for years. Les mères monoparentales mettent de l'eau dans le lait de leurs enfants pour pouvoir se permettre la hausse de 10% de la nourriture d'une année à l'autre. Les personnes âgées voient leurs économies s'évaporer avec l'inflation. Des jeunes de 30 ans qui ont fait tout ce que nous avons demandé d'eux, obtenir un diplôme, travailler fort, vivre dans le sous-sol de leurs parents parce que les prix des maisons ont doublé. Et ceux qui ont une maison paient davantage d'intérêts pour leur hypothèque. No wonder people are worried. Most are lucky to be just getting by. Many are falling behind. And there are people in this country who are just hanging on by a thread. These are citizens of our country. We are their servants. We owe them hope. They don't need a government that sneers at them, looks down on them, calls them names. They don't need a government to run their lives. They need a government that can run a passport office. They need a prime minister who hears them and offers them hope that they can, again, afford to buy a home, a car, pay their bills, afford food, have a secure retirement, and God forbid, even achieve their dreams if they work hard They need a prime minister who will restore that hope, and I will be that prime minister. We will rekindle the hope that people's paychecks and savings can again buy a decent life. We will make government affordable so that life is affordable. We'll cap spending and cut waste to reverse inflationary deficits and taxes. That includes axing new taxes on your paycheck, gas, heat, and other essentials. It means fighting climate change with technology and not with taxes. We will restore hope that hard work will again pay off. Do you know that today, if a single mom with 3 kids earning $55,000 a year goes out and earns another dollar, she loses 80 cents of it to taxes and clawbacks, so she can't get ahead. I will reform programs and cut taxes so that when that single mother and people like her earn more, they keep more, and hard work always pays off in this country. Nous redonnons l'espoir que le travail devienne payant de nouveau, en réformant les programmes et en réduisant les impôts pour que les gens gardent l'argent qu'ils gagnent pour leur famille plutôt que de tout perdre au gouvernement. Instead of creating more cash, let's create more of what cash buys. Think of it. If you've got 10 loaves of bread and $10, well, it's $1 a loaf. If you double the number of dollars to 20, but you still have 10 loaves of bread, well, then it's $2. You see, spending more doesn't get us more. We need to make more. So instead of doubling the money, let's double the bread. Let's remove the government gatekeepers to build more homes, grow more food, and produce more energy right here in Canada. We need to restore the hope of home ownership. Right now, youth and newcomers can't get a home because local government gatekeepers block housing with heavy fees and long delays for building permits, leaving us with the fewest houses per capita of any country in the G7, even though we have the most land to build on. A Poilievre government will require big cities that want federal infrastructure money to speed up and lower the cost of permits and to approve affordable housing around all transit stations so that our young people can live there and don't even need to afford a car. We'll sell off 15% of the underutilized 37,000 federal buildings to turn them into housing and use the proceeds of sale to reduce our deficit. In other words, stop printing money, start building homes for our people. Speaking of homes, we must make stuff here at home again, here in Canada. Look, trade is great. Trade is just great. But we learned during COVID that we can't count on the rest of the world to take care of us. That is why we must be the best place on earth for workers and businesses to build factories, mine critical minerals for electric cars, and develop other resources. Right now, we lose wages because we import 130,000 barrels of overseas oil, mostly from dictators, every single day, even though we have the 3rd largest supply right here in Canada. And that is all because our government prefers dirty dictator oil to responsible Canadian energy. We will repeal this government's anti-energy laws and replace them with a law that protects our environment, consults First Nations, and gets things built. We will greenlight Newfoundland and Labrador's planned increase in oil production, which will allow us to fully replace every single barrel of oil we're importing from abroad. And within 5 years, we will set the goal to end dictator oil in Canada altogether. Et au lieu d'aider Poutine à vendre son gaz naturel à l'Europe pour financer sa guerre contre l'Ukraine, un gouvernement Poilievre soutiendra des projets comme GNL Québec,
Nous savons tous que les Québécois ont une source d'énergie propre, l'hydroélectricité, qu'ils peuvent utiliser pour liquéfier le gaz naturel sans émission. L'Europe a besoin d'acheter du gaz. Voici le choix. Certains préfèrent que l'argent du gaz naturel finance les armes de guerre de Poutine. Moi, je veux que cet argent-là finance les chèques de paie pour Jean-Marc Tremblay, le soudeur du Saguenay. We will greenlight mining and manufacturing of minerals like lithium, cobalt, and copper to make electric cars and batteries. We will allow for technology to be unleashed here instead of our money to go to foreign dictatorships. And that also includes repatriating food production by standing with our farmers here at home. This government's high energy taxes and proposed fertilizer cuts will only drive food production abroad to more polluting foreign jurisdictions, which would have to then burn fuel to ship, train, and truck that food back to us. But didn't we learn how irresponsible it was to rely on the rest of the world to provide us with our essentials during COVID? A Poilievre government will repeal these taxes and fertilizer mandates to get out of the way and off the backs of our farmers so that we can grow affordable food, feed our people, and be the breadbasket of the world. We will restore to First Nations more control of their land, money, and decision-making, and those communities that want to develop resources and invite commerce to fight poverty will have an ally rather than an obstacle in me. We must remove other unneeded barriers by axing the disastrous ArriveCan app. And by ending the remaining COVID vaccine mandates to let people work and travel freely. Thank you. We will bring hope. We will bring hope to doctors, nurses, engineers, and others who are immigrants to this country but are blocked from working in their professions for no other reason than that they come from another country. We'll team up with provinces to guarantee that within 60 days, an immigrant applying to work in their profession will get a yes or no based on their tested abilities, not based on where they come from. We will back up 30,000 small study loans for those in need of time off work to study up to the Canadian standard. Enough talking, remove the gatekeepers to get more doctors, more nurses, more engineers, and more inflation-proof paychecks for our brilliant immigrants. And we will restore the hope of safe streets, a hope that has turned into fear in all too many places after killings in Vancouver, Montreal, Toronto, and most recently, Saskatchewan. Weakened laws allow chronic and violent reoffenders out of prison early at great danger to our people. Instead of spending a fortune targeting licensed and law-abiding, trained and tested firearms owners, Conservatives will bolster the laws, bolster the borders, and put the real criminals in jail. Et nous redonnerons de l'espoir aux Québécois afin qu'ils puissent reprendre le contrôle de leurs décisions et de leur vie, au lieu d'être contrôlés par un gouvernement centralisateur et woke à Ottawa. Vous savez, la langue française m'occupe une place toute spéciale dans mon cœur. Mon père, qui a des origines canadiennes-françaises et qui vient d'un village francescois, m'a transmis l'importance de préserver le français dès mon plus jeune âge. En grandissant à Calgary, malheureusement, j'avais trop peu d'occasions de le parler. Donc, j'ai beaucoup de travail à faire. Maintenant, je continue de perfectionner cette langue que j'aime, langue fondatrice de notre pays. Avec mon épouse, une Montréalaise,
nous transmettons à notre tour à nos enfants qui vont dans les garderies francophones. Nos petits-enfants, Baby Cruz et Valentina, ils auront la langue française comme première langue. Et la deuxième langue, évidemment, espagnol. Et après ça, troisième langue, l'anglais. Je vais aller plus loin en parlant du Québec. Je dirais que les conservateurs de partout au pays ont beaucoup d'apprendre des Québécois. Les Québécois défendent leur patrimoine, leur culture et leur langue. Ils ne s'excusent pas. La nation québécoise tient tête au wokisme. Mon gouvernement ne va pas se mettre le nez dans tout. Un État fédéral plus petit va faire grandir des citoyens du Québec et du Canada. Small government makes for big citizens who own their homes, build their dreams, raise their families, look out for their neighbors, and earn powerful paychecks and savings free from inflation and overtaxation. We will restore Canada's promise in a country where it doesn't matter who you love, or if your name is Smith or Singh, Martin or Mohammed, Chang or Charles. A country where the dreamer, the farmer, the worker, the entrepreneur, the survivor, the fighter, the ones who get knocked down but keep getting back up and keep going can achieve their purpose. A country where the son of a teenage mother adopted by two teachers can dare to run for Prime Minister of Canada. Absolutely. In the words of the great Canadian Prime Minister John Diefenbaker, I am a Canadian, free to speak without fear, free to worship God in my own way, free to stand for what I think right, free to oppose what I believe wrong, free to choose those who shall govern my country. This heritage of freedom I pledge to uphold for myself and all of mankind. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
That was Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, just elected by members with a sweeping 68.15% of the vote. A very solid, very strong introduction by his wife, Anna Poilievre, who spoke in 3 languages, as did Pierre Poilievre as well. And there you see them leaving the stage. This was quite significant. He talked about all of the things he's going to do for the Conservative base in those remarks. He talked about gun rights. He talked about getting rid of the gatekeepers, the theme that really dominated his campaign. He spoke about a lot of these things that have really mattered to a lot of the people, but also talking about broadening that coalition, broadening that party, which I think is a very key message. And it goes to what we were talking about in the studio early on. If you're just tuned in, this is True North, a live leadership election results show. And what we'll see now is, of course, the presumable that we were talking about earlier, media hand-wringing about this, Poilievre derangement syndrome. And again, I should say, I mean, this is a coverage that we've already had a few complaints from people that are PPC supporters saying we're promoting the Conservatives. I said, well, if there was a PPC leadership race tonight, we'd be covering it as well. But there isn't. There's a Conservative, or was a Conservative leadership race, and now Pierre Poilievre has won it. Now, I just want to take a quick look here through the results. So the Conservatives have published these results, and you can go through riding by riding and see who the winners were. And I haven't gone through everything, but the one thing that's notable is that in every province but Quebec, there were only 2 ridings where Poilievre was not the winner. And those 2 ridings were Ottawa Centre and University Rosedale. University Rosedale being Chrystia Freeland's riding, Ottawa Centre being formerly Catherine McKenna's riding. I can't remember who's in it now. But I think that's actually very key here. So in all of these parts of the country, he was winning, and not just narrowly, like 60, 70, over 80% of the vote. When you get to Quebec, he's winning in some ridings. You start to see, however, some Jean Charest wins as well. And like I said, I haven't done a detailed crunch. But again, I'm looking through here. Saint-Jean, Poilievre, 70%. Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot, 52% for Poilievre. Marc-Aurèle-Fortin, 59%. Like a lot of these Quebec ridings where he was still edging out the former Quebec Premier. So Sue-Ann Levy joins us in studio, as does Harrison Faulkner. Sue-Ann, obviously this is for Conservative members. It's not the general population. But do you think Poilievre is a guy that could actually pull out a surprise in Quebec in an election?
One would hope. As we talked before, there's tremendous disenchantment right across the country, and I think these results show that. Pierre Poilievre spoke to disenchanted, disenfranchised Canadians. He spoke to people who were, just so upset with the way things went during COVID and post-COVID. I mean, I noted he even talked about the Arrive Can app, that he's going to get rid of it. Well, let's hope we don't have to wait till 2025 for him to do that for the next election. But, the big thing is that he's a threat, a huge, huge threat to Justin Trudeau. And I'm wondering now if he'll actually show up to work, answer questions in Parliament, this might light a firecracker under him. But yes, I think that he has the chance to really pull it off right across Canada.
We have two colleagues in Ottawa right now, Elie Cantin-Nantel and Jasmine Moulton. I want to go to Jasmine, who joins us by the telephone here. Jasmine, good to have you with us. Thanks very much for calling in.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
So I don't think there was a huge surprise in the result. I think the margin was the big question, but kind of how did this feel in the room? Because it looked like this was very much him speaking to a crowd of supporters.
Andrew, it was absolutely electric. Let me tell you, it was standing room only. At one point, I had to run to the bathroom and try to make my way back to the media section, and it was very difficult.
Yeah, you got to hold it in at events like this. It's quite difficult.
Yeah, so yeah, I would have appreciated that tip before, but I'll know for next time. No, it's the room is packed. There's a certain energy here that really is palpable, and it really, there was this overwhelming sense of unity as well. There, was barely anybody in their seat the moment before it was announced, and then certainly as it was announced, the crowd erupted.
So let me ask you then about whether there was anyone who you could see really wasn't applauding, because we know it did get very tense between the Scheer campaign and the Poilievre campaign in particular. Did there seem to be anyone that was very deliberately not having any of this?
Certainly not from my perspective. The one notable thing that I saw was the message delivered from Erin O'Toole was done as a pre-recorded video message, and maybe I'm digging too much into that. I thought maybe he would have delivered it live. Perhaps he is here, I'm not sure. But that was perhaps the one notable, absence tonight. But it should really be confirmed whether he is here or not, I'm not sure. But his message was delivered by pre-recorded video. That said, everybody really did seem excited at how high the number was, 68%. For any other kind of fellow nerd that's on a political related group chats, everyone had, wagers going, how high is this going to go? I never came across anyone guessing anything as high as 68%. And so I think there was a level of surprise as well as, just happiness that there's a united party here and that they're all moving forward united under a leader.
What would you say? I mean, you heard the speech there. He wasn't talking about some of the really red meat issues. I didn't hear any defund the CBC, but what were the issues that really seemed to resonate with the crowd the most?
So, well, perhaps not surprisingly, Arrive Can, when he said he ditched that app, there was a massive applause. But it's, you got to give the guy award or applause for being consistent. It was a lot of the things that he had talked about in his campaign. There weren't any real surprises here tonight. It was housing, hard work should pay. People should be able to get ahead instead of, when you ask them to do everything right, that they're still struggling to afford a home, that sort of thing. So it really was consistent with the message he campaigned on.
So what would you say? I mean, I don't know, because the Conservative Party of Canada shut off its feed relatively soon after. Is he working the room? Is he doing photos, or did he get out of the room?
He, to be honest, there's a lot of jubilant music going on in the background right now. It sounds like maybe East Coast. I rushed out to take this phone call, but I'd be surprised if he's gone, because there's a lot of people that are really, really excited to cheer him on. And not just him, his wife as well made quite an impressive speech that I think surprised a lot of people that maybe weren't as familiar with her. She's very impressive, and I think that there were a lot of people here who were happy to hear from her, and that might have been really impressed on their first impression of her.
All right. Well, I'll let you get back in there. Jasmine, Moulton, in Ottawa. If you can get within arm's reach Pierre Poilievre, call us back and give him the phone. We'd love to chat with him. But thank you very much, Jasmine, for coming on. Keep up the great work in Ottawa.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right. That was Jasmine Moulton. We also have Elie Cantin-Nantel. So the unity question is going to be the big one. And I don't expect, and I don't think I'm speaking out of turn here, Jean Scheer to announce that he is seeking a seat for the Pierre Poilievre-led Conservatives. But I guess the question is, and I don't want to be snide here, and I don't want to be glib, but we're talking about, in the case of Jean Scheer, a guy who commanded, 16% of the points here. So if he's not throwing his support behind Pierre Poilievre, I really don't think it matters.
No, it doesn't. I think he's going to drift away into the sunset and probably go back to YY. I don't think he's going to stick around. Like I said, he's kind of like that fly-by-night, drop-in candidate, and he's not going to be a factor at all. I was going to say before the results were announced that what really drives unity is a common purpose, and a common purpose, one would hope, with a really good policy platform and a strong leader, is beating Justin Trudeau. Isn't that what the Conservative Party is all about? And this is what they should be focusing on in the next 2 years, not petty infighting. And one would hope that someone as strong, and I think he is a strong leader, as Poilievre, will keep that party together.
Well, Poilievre is certainly a strong leader. Sue-Ann, he's a strong speaker as well. And I think the unity question, when looking at that number, 68%, that is a major victory. And that, in my opinion, I don't think that 68% represents where the party establishment is right now. Poilievre, in my opinion, ran outside of the line of the Conservative Party establishment. And I think really the unity is going to happen whether or not it's really the people that work inside the party that really are the establishment in the party. They are the ones that talk about unity, and they kind of are the ones that decide when the party's unified or not. And it's the media. It'll be up to the party, in my opinion, to react to this result and recognize, hey, you know what? It looks as though we've been offside a little bit with our base, with Conservatives in this country. I think they have to react to the 68%. Poilievre needs to stick to what he's been doing, stick to what has been successful, and don't forget who brought him to the dance here. This was the real Conservative base. This was not an Aaron O'Toole, Andrew Scheer kind of spinoff. He cannot abandon the people that brought him to this dance, and if he doesn't, he'll be successful.
Yeah, and the question is he expanding the base in an election context, a general election, without compromising the base and compromising the values? And I think that is going to be key. I just want to share very briefly here. We've had some congratulations pour in, including from Justin Trudeau, who sent a tweet out at 8:36. Congratulations, Pierre Poilievre, on being elected leader of the Conservative Party tonight. As parliamentarians, we must work together to deliver results for people across the country. Canadians expect and deserve nothing less. Jean Scheer has also tweeted, congratulations to Pierre Poilievre and his team. You deserve a clean slate and the opportunity to unite the membership. We must end the internal mudslinging. Only Liberals benefit from a divided Conservative Party. Thank you to Roman Baber, Scott Aitchison, and Leslyn Lewis for stepping up. A competitive race is healthy in party politics. Congratulations to you and your teams as well. Thank you to my supporters and team members. I'm so proud of our campaign. We stuck to our principles. We will have a critical role to play in shaping our forward-looking policy agenda and attracting new voters to the Conservative Party. I will have more to say tomorrow, so maybe I spoke too soon, and maybe Jean Scheer does want to be a part in some way of what's going to happen, or maybe he's going to run for the Conservative Party of Quebec. I might be a little late for that one with the election ongoing. Again, a very gracious statement, and I don't want to dunk on the guy, but I honestly do wonder, because it was clear early on that this was going to be his problem. His campaign never really launched. It never really had a large success. And he stuck in. He didn't withdraw. But I honestly wonder what the calculation was for him. Because here was a guy who's making money in the private sector. He's had his time. He knows he would be coming back with baggage. What did he think he saw in the Conservative Party that no one else saw?
I think he wanted the opportunity to be prime minister. I think, unfortunately, that's really what it was. I don't really think it was anything other than the opportunity for him to seize a role in political office that he's always wanted. But again, it was a major miscalculation. The decision to demonize the Freedom Convoy, when we know that this country is in the wake of that political protest. This political protest has morphed into something, in my opinion, that, well, it started off as a protest outside of politics, but it's become this political force that's uncontrollable. If you stand in the way of the convoy protest to this day, you are going to feel it. And people can rise to the occasion and people can stand in the way of it. And it continues to take victims. Erin O'Toole was the first. John Scheer, who chose to demonize that convoy protest, is now the second major victim to fall from this. And it's really a major political force in this country. Andrew, you would know that the best. But I really think this was a miscalculation. And what he saw was an opportunity to seek a higher public office, unfortunately. And he made a big miscalculation on that.
I think he wanted the UK thing, where you just win the leadership and you're the prime minister immediately without actually having to go through the process to get there. Sue-Ann, go ahead.
I think his candidacy was evidence of the old boys network in the party trying to grab on, didn't Brian Mulroney endorse him? Didn't some of the old guard endorse him? And I think he, and I don't want to say this because I'm not as young as you fine people, but so it's not an age thing, but he's yesterday's man. He did not read the tea leaves.
Right.
These old guard did not read the tea leaves. There has been a sea change in Canada. People are begging for change, and they're disgusted and tired of all the crime, the lax consequences for said crime, and all the impulsive and impetuous decisions that have been made by the Liberal government that have affected our lives.
I have to say, this John Scheer statement, to say that it's time for us to end the mudslinging, the internal mudslinging, to release that so soon after this campaign in which he was the chief mudslinger, he was the lead mudslinger in this campaign. And it wasn't just him, of course, it was his campaign. I think that's a pretty interesting thing to say. I can't really believe he said that, to be honest. That everyone who's followed this race knows that his campaign have been going after Pierre Poilievre and basically parroting the attacks the legacy media and the CBC have been laying onto Pierre Poilievre. Talk about mudslinging. I mean, it's going to end up having to be people that support him and his campaign and his people that were involved in his campaign to actually recognize, they're the ones that need to stop the mudslinging.
Scott Aitchison has tweeted out a photo of Pierre Poilievre. So he's going for the full headshot here. He says, "Congratulations to my friend Pierre Poilievre on becoming the new Conservative Party leader. Pierre will be a great leader for our party and a great prime minister." He says he has my full support and I can't wait to get to work with Pierre and our Conservative team to deliver on his plan to get Canada back on track. I'm extraordinarily proud of the campaign we've run, a campaign based on hope and respect, solid Conservative principles, and a vision for a better Canada. I am extremely grateful and blessed for the thousands of Canadians who purchased memberships, donated to my campaign, and voted for me as leader. I hope to speak to many of you in the coming weeks to thank you for your support and encourage you to support our next leader, Pierre Poilievre, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I do want to speak about Scott Aitchison for just a moment, because I do feel like in a lot of ways he was a bit of a punchline because he wasn't well known and a lot of people were looking and saying, like, who are you? Why are you here? However, he's always been a consummate gentleman in the race. And more importantly, he's always been the most policy focused in the race. I mean, he actually was coming out with some really red meat issues that I wish Pierre Poilievre would have. Like, he was talking about let's recognize Taiwan as a country and let's end supply management and let's support free speech. And I did find he was a little bit, he pulled his punches a little bit on some stuff because he wanted to be the nice guy. But I do think there's a place for someone that's going to be that real sort of policy wonk conservative. And I don't know if he's a white middle-aged guy from Ontario, so he's not like the diverse face you necessarily put forward. But I do hope that Pierre has a spot for him on his team. Do you think that will happen?
I think it has to happen because I think one sign of a true leader is to bring this tent together. Leslyn Lewis is another one. And I don't know what's going to happen to Scheer, but Roman Baber as well. I think... Robin is sitting in the Ontario, he's Ontario focused, but I think Poilievre has to bring these people together because that's how you unite a party.
Yeah, and I mean, I go back to 2017, and in that case, you actually had, I think, like 375,000 Conservative leadership candidates. It was like, because you had just come off of Conservatives being in government, so like anyone who had ever, been within arm's reach of the cabinet room was running, and you had people like, again, there were former cabinet ministers that in this race would have been heavyweights, but at the time you're like, who the heck is that? Oh yeah, I think I remember him. But the one thing that was interesting is of the, it's like 13 people, all of them were given shadow cabinet roles after the race by Andrew Scheer, all of the ones that had, I think Maxime Bernier was given like a very small one, which I know miffed some people, but everyone who had a seat, with the exception of Deepak O'Brien, who turned it down, they were all given a role. So there was a signal that, you know what, we believe you all have a place here. Fast forward to 2020, Leslyn Lewis was a leadership candidate. She did very well, and she was the reason O'Toole won. She then gets elected as a member of parliament and is just shoved to like the back of the backbench by Aaron O'Toole, which did not sit well with a lot of people.
Leslyn Lewis has a very bright future in the Conservative movement and in Canadian politics. I believe that, and I think a strong Conservative government would recognize that Leslyn Lewis plays a very important role. She not only is the only social conservative in the race with the courage to say what she says, but she's also, as you mentioned, Andrew, someone who gives the image to people who may not be considered conservatives to say, yes, there is a conservative that looks like me. That's an important thing, and you don't want to go too deep down that. You definitely don't want to go into the identity politics place, but to have someone with the education of Leslyn Lewis and the background and the ability and the courage, which I think is the most important, like Leslyn Lewis, that is very valuable, and I think she has a role. I would not be surprised, as I said at the top, to see Roman Baber be an MP and be a successful MP at that in Ontario. He's certainly carved out a space in the movement for himself. And we talked about Aitchison in I think the last debate we had, the last debate live show we did, where I thought Aitchison would be quite a good party president, actually, to someone who is all about unity, someone who's all about showing respect.
So you're like kicking him out of caucus right now and making him be the next Rob Bathurst.
Hey, he would be great in either role, but I do think that what we saw actually was a Conservative Party, the establishment, the people that lead the party behind the scenes, not the non-political people, they are out of touch with, I think, the base. And it would be good to see someone like Scott Aitchison in a role like that. Not to say he isn't a good parliamentarian or wouldn't be good in cabinet, but I think really we haven't talked a lot about Leslyn Lewis tonight. I think a lot of people watching this would like us to talk about Leslyn Lewis. She, in my opinion, deserves a lot of respect, and it astonishes me how much courage she has compared to everyone else, so she can say what she really believes. And I think a lot of people pull back. They don't want to embrace the social conservative issues or ideas they may hold. But Leslyn Lewis, she embraces it and she has the courage to say it, and I think that deserves a lot of respect.
Yeah. One thing I'll say, Leslyn Lewis has also added her congratulations to Pierre Poilievre's win. She says, "Congratulations, Pierre, and congrats to all my fellow candidates. Let's work together to make Canada a free, hopeful, and prosperous nation once again." I want to get your thoughts on this, Sue Ann, but I want to say about Leslyn Lewis first. I was at one of her events covering it, and it was in Kitchener, Ontario. And I had a guy come up and he said, it really seems like True North is promoting Pierre Poilievre. He said there's a lot more content about Pierre. And I had said, one of the big things that I would remind people is that Pierre Poilievre's campaign was sending us stuff pretty much every day when he was announcing policy. He was sending stuff nonstop. He had a lot of policy, a lot of announcements. And we had said early on as a team that we were going to cover all of this. And I'm glad that we did. And I think there was a significant reason to do that. So a lot of the campaigns I really wish had done a lot more, because Leslyn Lewis, she knew she wasn't going to win. But at the same time, she could have, I think, done a lot better a job at being out there front and center. And I'll certainly shoulder responsibility that Pierre Poilievre was a front runner. And I think we gave him probably more attention in the grand scheme of things. But we also had Scheer on all the time, as often as he would come on. Leslyn Lewis we had on. We had all the candidates on. So we are going to do our best with that. Sue Ann, you were going to say something, though.
Oh, I'm just going to say that I'm very impressed with her. And I think she's one tough cookie. And as you said, Harrison, not afraid to say how she thinks. And I mean, she beats the stereotype. I mean, liberals like to call conservatives all kinds of names. The progressives think we're this, that, and the other thing. And I mean, for example, I'm a gay conservative, married, openly gay, married to a woman. That's not supposed to happen. So, I mean, I think all of these people need to be embraced. Leslyn needs to be embraced. And I hope that she gets a prominent position in the Pierre Poilievre caucus.
All right, we have a couple of guests that we want to get to in our post-show commentary here. I want to just say, first off, this is only something that we're able to do with the support of True North Nation. So if you are a supporter of this, you're watching this, you enjoy what we're doing here, please head over to donate.tnc.news. Donate.tnc.news. If you hear the sirens outside, they are not coming for us. I believe they've just completely driven by as well. We are going to talk to Conservative MP Cory Tochor in just a couple of moments, who is dialing in on the phone. Do we have Cory on the line? I don't know. We're just checking here. We're doing things live, and we're trying to get to as many people as we can here. Now, Cory Tochor, I will say, is an MP who was supporting Pierre Poilievre. So he was one of the several members of the Conservative caucus who donated or supported and endorsed Poilievre. He is from Saskatoon University, and we have Cory on the line now. Cory, good to talk to you. Thanks for calling in.
Thanks for having me on the show. If you're in the convention hall, I'm just walking over to your booth, I believe.
Well, we're in the studio. You will find our colleagues there. But let me just ask you, Cory, as you're talking to our audience now from Ottawa, no surprises about the result, I don't think. But was the margin what you had expected, this 68% victory on the first ballot?
No, I don't think anyone was expecting that high, but, it's a symptom of all the, the excitement that we've seen there from coast to coast, and the people that came out to the rallies and bought memberships. It shouldn't shock us, but it shocked me.
You're obviously the Member of Parliament for Saskatoon University, so I think it's safe to say that you are in one of the safer of the safer seats in Canada, being from Saskatchewan. We saw in the last election a leader that said he was going to deliver in Ontario and deliver in Quebec, and that didn't materialize. So what is it that you think Pierre Poilievre is able to do to actually reclaim that victory that the Conservatives haven't seen since 2011 with Stephen Harper?
I think the number one thing that Pierre brings to the table is the ability to explain complex solutions, conservative solutions to complex problems that everyday Canadians face. So if you think of, go to your Tim Hortons, you sit down and you talk about the average problems of an average Canadian. Pierre's listening to those people. Pierre is acting on policy and is acting on what he's hearing from everyday Canadians, and that's a little bit different than our past offerings to Canadians. I think Pierre bridges some gaps that we've never been successful in, and I'm very excited to see what he's going to do in a general election. Very, very hopeful for the future.
One of the themes in Pierre's acceptance speech tonight was this idea of really reaching out, expanding the base, and doing it in a way that doesn't compromise on the values he's been campaigning on. If this happens, that we have an election, as some of the rumors were suggesting, in the fall, perhaps, do you think that's enough time to really mount a majority win, to introduce Pierre Poilievre to Canadian voters and get the victory?
Time will tell. I don't trust these Liberals. I think they're going to pull a fast one on us. We'll be ready if it is in the fall here. But I believe the messaging and the person, more importantly, the person of Pierre Poilievre on what he represents, resonated in this leadership race. He'll resonate in the general. We're going to take back Canada. We're going to save Canada, I believe, with Pierre Poilievre.
And just one last question for you, Cory. I know you want to get to the celebrations there. At times, this race was a little bit tense. We had some candidates that were being supported by different MPs. There were some harsh words at times. Are you confident that you and your caucus colleagues can meet the unity challenge ahead of you?
Absolutely. If there's a little bit of an indication, it's only been, 20 minutes, if that, since Pierre got off the stage, and I've talked to some of the other candidates and some of the other MPs, and we're one team. As much as we're a family that, you know what, elbows up, and we'll have those good debates and those good fights around the kitchen table, but at the end of the day, we leave the house together, and I don't think we're going to have any of the unity issues that might have plagued past leaders because of the decisive victory that Pierre has been able to pull off.
All right. Saskatoon University Member of Parliament Cory Tochor. Cory, thank you so much for coming. Good to talk to you.
You're welcome, and thank you for the good work that you do. Take
All
care,
right.
everybody.
Well, it's very kind of you, sir. Thank you. That was Corey Tochor calling in from the convention floor at the Shaw Centre in Ottawa. Very briefly, before we get to our next guest, I want to ask you, Harrison, about the PPC here. So Maxime Bernier has actually congratulated Pierre Poilievre, but there's a bigger question, I think, afoot that we need to ask now about that party.
Well, the PPC do have a challenge on their hands now, Andrew, to find a way to, I mean, it was easy for Max Bernier to say, look, I am totally different than Erin O'Toole. And of course, with Andrew Scheer and the creation of that party, it was quite easy for him to make that case that he is the conservative alternative. He is the alternative to the Conservative Party. I think it would be a very good strategy on Pierre Poilievre's side to really just, if you're trying to get rid of the PPC, wedge them out by embracing conservative principles. Just don't give in on those conservative principles. It'll be very, very difficult for the PPC to maintain that alternative look about themselves. And I do think there is going to be a lot of work on the PPC side, but I don't believe that this is going to end them by any means. I think there is still quite a large appetite in this country for alternatives, and a lot of people see these parties, the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party, as these big sort of monolithic type institutions that can't be moved, that can't really be swayed, and can't be different. So there's going to be an appetite, but it'll definitely be tougher for the PPC.
One thing I want to get to here is, some of the policy aspects of this, and I believe we have Franco Terrazzano on the line, who is the federal director for the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. Franco, I know generally speaking, all of the campaigns, all of the candidates were talking about issues that were of, I think, general support to fiscal conservatives. I think oftentimes where the divisions in the Conservative Party comes are from things other than fiscal issues. But what would your message be to Pierre Poilievre from the taxpayer perspective? Oh, I don't know if we have Franco Terrazzano.
Hey, sorry.
There we go.
I think we had the audio a little bit messed up, so I couldn't hear you at first, so I'm not sure exactly what you asked.
So what would your advice be to Pierre Poilievre on how to chart a path forward from, certainly from the taxpayer perspective, which I know you've always done a good job of representing?
Well, thanks. Yeah, I mean, so far it's just actually follow through with what you're promising. I mean, that was one of the big issues that we had with the last leader of the Conservative Party. I mean, Mr. O'Toole, Andrew, you know this as well as anyone, was all the flip-flops, right? He promised to scrap the carbon tax. He flip-flopped on that. He promised to go after the gun ban and buyback. He flip-flopped on that during the middle of the election campaign. And also there's flip-flops on CBC. So look, Mr. Poilievre's speech tonight really hit a lot of the good policies, right? He talked about the dangers of government debt, the rising cost of government, ballooning the rising cost inflation. He talked about the inflationary tax hikes. He talked about cutting wasteful spending. So that's all really good talk. Now it's just time for him to actually live up to the promises that he's making.
We heard, and we were talking about this earlier in the studio, Harrison, Faulkner, Sue-Ann Levy, and I, earlier on in the campaign, when Pierre Poilievre talked about defunding the CBC, he was getting huge applause. People were chanting. I ran into him in the hallway once after one of his events, and he sort of jokingly said sometimes he thinks that should just be his entire campaign, is defunding the CBC. So it's a red meat issue that matters to conservatives. In 2020, as you just indicated, Erin O'Toole said very clearly, we want to defund CBC, and then in the platform in the general election as well, we'd like to think about maybe, redoing the business model and somehow looking for so are you going to be pushing for him to keep that exactly as promised in the leadership in the general?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's one of the big issues that we're pushing for. I mean, you know that we have a petition calling on the federal government to defund the CBC, but also end that $600 million media bailout. I mean, this is a huge cost for taxpayers. The CBC itself is more than $1 billion every single year taken from the taxpayer. I just mentioned the $600 million media bailout. We had him on our podcast. We asked him that exact same question. He said he was going to defund the CBC. So this is something we're going to hold him to. But Andrew, one more thing. We also asked him about the bonuses for crown corporations like the CBC. I mean, during the pandemic, during the lockdown, the CBC handed out $51 million in bonuses and pay raises. Well, Andrew, I think if they have those millions and millions and millions of dollars lying around to be handing out bonuses, then they certainly don't need $1 billion every single year from taxpayers.
All right. Well, Franco Terrazzano, will certainly have more of your analysis as we go forward in the wonderful world of Canadian politics. Thanks very much for coming on tonight. We appreciate it.
Hey, take care.
All right. Now, normally I do longer form interviews, but we're kind of rapid firing through them here just because all these people that weren't available early on are coming through. But I think it's important analysis here to get to. So we'll have some chat with our panel in the studio here in just a moment. But first and foremost, I want to bring on Hamish Marshall, who is a strategist. He was the former campaign manager for Andrew Scheer in the 2019 election and has also been very dutifully plugging away successfully to get Pierre Poilievre elected as Conservative leader now. Hamish, are you with us? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Andrew.
Wonderful. Well, first off, congratulations, sir. I mean, obviously that 68.15% number is a very successful one. I know you were the number cruncher. When you were looking at your figures, did you expect it to land there?
Well, I have to admit we got it wrong. I thought we'd only get about 66.9%, so we were off by 1.2 points.
Oh, that's it. We got to fire you for the next time. That's unacceptable, Hamish.
Yeah, we're very happy with the result and happy to be over 70% of the popular vote as well.
Let me talk about Pierre Poilievre heading into a general election now compared to, a campaign you knew well, the 2019 campaign. What is it that you can do to take a guy who has a mandate from members and start appealing to those people that aren't members and some of those people that might actually be hearing the attacks we know are going to be coming from the mainstream media in the coming months?
Well, I think one of the most important things is the strength of this mandate, the strength of getting support from right across the country and winning everywhere means that the party's united from day one. One of the things that when we were getting Andrew ready for the election was we had to, we won that leadership by a very, very small amount. And we had to spend time pulling the party together, reaching out, working with. It was an effort to put that together, and our focus wasn't entirely on winning the election from day one because we had to pull the party together. Pierre can start right now, focus on winning the election, focus on taking down Trudeau and exposing to Canadians how Trudeau is failing them. So that's a big, big advantage in terms of time, effort, and focus, which no leaders had since Stephen Harper, and I think that's going to make a big, big difference. And I also think that the things he spoke about in the campaign, in the leadership campaign, are things that really appeal to Canadians. I mean, he's talking an awful lot about inflation. He was the person sounding the bell on inflation before it was cool, and we all know that the cost of living is the defining issue of our times.
Let me just ask you a question here that involves a bit of a crystal ball. And I think that, obviously you've known Pierre Poilievre for quite some time. So maybe it's just a character assessment on your part that you can give. But what's to stop Pierre Poilievre from doing exactly what Erin O'Toole did, which is talking about all these red meat issues in a leadership race, and then in the general election, really just reversing many of those and putting forward a general platform that is in many ways unrecognizable compared to the leadership platform?
Oh, look, Pierre's been an elected politician now for 18 years. I knew him as a young conservative activist before that, and he's been rock solid all the way through. In fact, his slogan when he ran for his very first nomination back in 2004 was "Rock Solid Conservative." Pierre is a consistent movement conservative and has always been that way. And the things he talked about in this campaign are the things he's going to be talking about on the stump through the next election. And most importantly, the values that he brought to this campaign, fighting for the people who the gatekeepers keep down, is going to be at the core of everything he does going forward.
I don't know how much of an opportunity you've had to scroll through the raw vote totals. I know they were just obviously released in the last hour. We've done a little bit of a look here. And the one thing that I find the most striking is that there really is a lot of support from Conservative members, even in parts of the country where the Conservatives are not really strong. I mean, obviously Jean Charest did well in some Quebec ridings, but Pierre Poilievre did remarkably well in some very non-conservative Quebec ridings. Is there, a formula or a strategy on how to convert that support to broader support?
Yeah, I think, look, Pierre, we did extremely well across the country. We got 62% of the points, 62.2% of the points in Quebec. Only won 330 of the 338 ridings, a very, very broad base of support. But it's really interesting to look at areas where Pierre had huge turnout at his rallies early in the campaign, places like Northern Ontario, places like Windsor, large membership sales in places like Niagara Centre, blue-collar areas, often with a bit of an NDP tinge, areas that Conservatives have not done well in. And I think the message he's been delivering has reached out to people who are not traditional Conservative voters. We saw it through the entire leadership campaign, where people who had never been involved in politics, had never been to a political event before. Some of them voted Conservative in the past, some of them hadn't, but they were attracted to a message of somebody who got it, somebody who understood the struggles they were facing and was speaking to them in plain language and presenting common sense solutions. And I think that formula puts Pierre in extremely good stead into the next election in places like Northern Ontario, places like Vancouver Island, places like Windsor, where Conservatives have not been strong in the past. And it gives us the opportunity to, in many ways, redraw the electoral map.
Well, I'm sure you have some celebrating to get to. Hamish Marshall from the Pierre Poilievre campaign, congratulations again, and thanks for your time tonight.
My pleasure, Andrew.
All right, that was Hamish Marshall. Now, it's unfortunate because he's actually very good at crunching numbers, and we haven't been able to get him on the show in the leadership race to crunch the numbers because he's been doing it for one particular campaign. So we don't get that like dispassionate stat man analysis. But, it sounds like the one thing he did say there that I feel was quite interesting is that they were expecting 66.9%. So obviously we can't verify that, but we do know that it was pretty close to what they actually got. So they knew this was coming. And I find it interesting that they still didn't really let up. They were still in the Poilievre campaign running a very, I don't mean aggressive in a bad way, but a very eventful and busy campaign, traveling the country really right up until the ballot cutoff on, I think it was Friday or Tuesday or Monday or whatever it was.
Poilievre never really shifted his focus away from the prime minister's seat, away from Justin Trudeau. Of course, at the beginning of that race, he kind of went at Jean Charest a little bit and just sort of made his mark and position known on the trail. But he has been consistent for months now, going after the prime minister, going after Justin Trudeau, and going after this government, and really opposing the government. When Candice Bergen was leader during his leadership election, he has been that voice. I think that probably, Andrew, speaks to maybe an expectation that there will be a quick poll on the Conservatives. Maybe an election is coming soon. And maybe this is going to just ride all the way through into a federal election. If that's the case, this was the right strategy to really just hammer at the prime minister and at the government and never really lose focus of who the real target is.
Yeah, he's looking prime ministerial. He looked prime ministerial during the campaign, I think. And I think that that focus will only ramp up. He's like we all said, he speaks 3 languages. His wife speaks 3 languages. They're a power couple, I have to say.
Yeah, and the one interesting thing is that we've talked a lot about the tone and the message, and I think it'll be very clear early on how he wants to approach this and how he wants to go after new votes. I think that the one thing that's important is that when you look at Pierre Poilievre's rally attendance, I mean, I live in London, Ontario, which is a city that went Conservative in 2011 when Harper got a majority, but has really drifted left ever since then. And he got more people out at his rally in London than Stephen Harper got when he was Prime Minister with that majority, which I think is very telling. But Pierre Poilievre, when he launched his campaign, he was the first one out, very deliberately said Pierre Poilievre for Prime Minister. And he was trying to position himself as the front runner, as the clear choice. It became something that his critics really mocked him for. But he did have a very prime ministerial tone at the beginning. And certainly I'd say tonight it seemed like a prime ministerial tone. Now, when he was scrapping and buying shawarma with Bitcoin, I don't know if that's prime ministerial or not. I mean, Justin Trudeau, I think, has changed the meaning of prime ministerial and not in a good direction. But I think the question will be, can Canadians see in him something that they want and something that they need when they are up against a very unpopular prime minister in Trudeau?
Well, it's interesting what Hamish was talking about, and we were talking about defunding the CBC and defunding the $600 million. Mm-hmm. That's the big issue.
Yeah, there's $2 billion right there.
Yeah, the legacy media. But think about the long-term impact of that. They're going to fight tooth and nail throughout the campaign, but we're going to know that that is all, an opportunistic fight because they stand to lose. People will see through that. And I think that's a big, important policy platform to remove that, to promise to remove that money, because we've all seen the way the media has shifted, how they're really just Justin Trudeau's stenographers. It actually makes me sick to watch the coverage in this country right now.
We have a tweet. Sorry to jump in on you there. I just want to respond to Roman Baber's tweet here. He says, "I congratulate Pierre Poilievre for a great race and becoming leader of the Conservative Party. I'm so grateful to my team, supporters, donors, and volunteers. We helped shape this race, our party, and our country. Let's go on to make Canada the freest country in the world." Now, interestingly enough, I want to point out the fact that Roman Baber would not say, when I did a sit down with him a couple of months ago, whether he was going to seek a seat, and he was being very coy. He said he hasn't decided yet. I think he will. He's certainly not, as you said, Sue-Ann, going back to Ontario politics, but I do think it's going to be interesting. And if you look at his riding, he did very well in his riding with members, so he's clearly got a base of support there. I want to throw to an interview my colleague Elie did in Ottawa with Andrew Scheer, the former Conservative leader who's been supporting Pierre Poilievre this time around. Let's throw to that in Ottawa.
I'm here with the former leader of the Conservative Party of Canada, Andrew Scheer. Andrew Scheer, your endorsed candidate, Pierre Poilievre, won with an overwhelming majority on the first ballot, something we did not see in 2017 or 2020. How are you feeling right now?
Just incredibly happy. Pierre ran a great campaign. He had a positive message unifying Conservatives around a principle of more freedom and less government interference in our lives. And he was speaking to Canadians after a very difficult time, after all the division that Justin Trudeau sowed between Canadians, pitting one region against another, sky-high inflation that's really hurting families from coast to coast. And I saw how hard Pierre worked. I saw how hard his team worked. So to come out with a result like that, first ballot, decisive victory, it's just incredible.
Right. So you previously were the leader. So unity. Some people say this was a divisive leadership race. There was definitely rhetoric going around, people calling each other names and people saying, oh, I'm not going to endorse him if he wins. You had to unite a caucus after winning the election. How did you do that, and what advice do you have for Mr. Poilievre to successfully bring everybody behind him in time for the next election?
Well, first of all, anytime you have a competition, you're going to have some disagreements. You know, other candidates had their vision and their policies that they were pushing or promoting, and Pierre had his. So you're obviously going to have some disagreements. With a result like this, it's a clear indication that our members overwhelmingly endorse Pierre's vision for the party and the country. So that's the result is going to be the first step to help establish that unity. The second thing is Pierre's all about individual freedom and choice, and that has a unifying aspect over it. You know, if you like red ties and I like blue ties, if the government decides what tie you have to wear, well, one of us is going to be happy and one of us is going to be upset. If the government says you can wear whatever color tie you want, well, then you get to wear the color you want, I get to wear the color I want. And that type of thinking does have a unifying aspect, because people within our caucus, people in our movement, and Canadians will I believe will really support that type of government policy, letting people make their own choices. So his vision of more freedom has a unifying aspect to it, and the clear results, I mean, he won every province, and we're just getting the details now, but you know, we're winning all but 6 ridings in Quebec. That's a fantastic show, fantastic showing. Winning the Maritimes, winning the Prairies, winning in Ontario. So every region of the country coming together to support Pierre, that too will have a unifying aspect of it. So I'm very optimistic to walk into caucus this week.
I do have to ask though, so you were unsuccessful at unseating Justin Trudeau. What advice would you have, or would you give to Pierre's campaign, or what mistakes should they not repeat?
Well, you know, every election campaign is different, and the scenario has changed in Canada. We're coming out of 2 years of lockdowns, and we're experiencing sky-high inflation because of the Trudeau deficits, causing the Bank of Canada to print money and create money out of thin air to cover those deficits. So there's much more of a realization, I believe, in Canada right now about the dangers of government overreach. So I believe the recipe for success for Pierre in the general election is to just keep doing what he's doing. It's been working. It's been drawing new people into our party. He signed up over 300,000 members, many of whom have never joined a political party in their life. So he's already taken an incredibly important first step of bringing new people into our movement. We just have to do more of that.
Well, Andrew Scheer, thank you so much for stopping by.
That was Andrew Scheer, the former Conservative leader, now supporting Pierre Poilievre, the current Conservative leader, and an interview by my colleague Elie Cantin-Nantel in Ottawa. And we thank the Ottawa crew very much for all their work, Jasmine, Moulton, and Elie. And we'll have more of their interviews that they've been doing with people in the Ottawa at True North in the coming days. And I have to put in another plug for True North's base of support here. A lot of you watching this are regular subscribers and viewers of True North, and we thank you very much. If you are just joining us, this is really an alternative to the mainstream media that we know is very much in decline in terms of its appeal to Canadians. And we cannot do what we do without your support, simply put. So if you want to contribute to this, please head on over to donate.tnc.news. And if you want to cancel your subscription to a newspaper and then devote that money to us, you can, or you can just subscribe to more. Get the more views, the merrier. That's what we always say. I've actually never said that before now, so disregard that. But I want to just go back to the studio here. Harrison Faulkner and Sue-Ann Levy. Just in our closing moments here, I think there are a lot of things that we've talked about that are very important. The future of the PPC is going to be one to watch. The future of the other candidates. I've shared the thoughts of Scott Aitchison and Roman Baber and Jean Charest and Leslyn Lewis. No congratulations from disqualified candidate Patrick Brown yet, so I'm not exactly surprised by that. But what do you want to see in Pierre Poilievre? I mean, in American governments, when the new one's elected, they always say the first 100 days is critical. The first 100 days as president. So what do you want to see in the first 100 days of Pierre